Huh. 5, 4, 3, 2, and we're live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, handsome Jackie Jones, the most honest man in all of podcasting, along with my right hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. Bah! So, Jack,
Hello.
what'd you talk about last week?
Talked about you, boy.
I heard that you were bad mouthing me because I enjoyed the zombies. And
Yeah, so you were like, I don't want you raining on my parade,
mhm.
so I'm not going to do this show.
And to be honest with you, I think I've just had enough of it. You're going to start liking the zombies now, and you're going to watch Impact. That's
Holy
the
shit!
kicker. You're gonna like the zombies, and you're watching Impact because I watched Impact.
Oh, you
So,
finally did.
I know you're
We
in the
just
Dark
talk about
Order.
watching it. Yeah.
Perhaps if they had some Dark Order members on
Mm-hmm.
Impact Wrestling, maybe you would watch it.
I might. Definitely no zombies though.
No zombies.
No. Zombies invading, eating people, eating the Miz, eating Morrison.
I can tell you're being stubborn, but you're just gonna have to like the zombies.
Why didn't the zombies want to eat the commentators?
I don't know.
They just sat there like, yeah, whatever.
To be 100% translucent here, transparent. That's the word. I didn't even watch the zombies. What what happened with the zombies?
There was an actual zombie invasion. So they go backstage when there was a room full of zombies. And then they follow the Miz out to the match versus I don't know who he fought. Not Angel Garza, the guy that was with Bad Bunny.
Oh, Damian Priest.
Damian Priest. So the zombies are at the actual lumberjacks for this match. And they're like a bunch of like indie wrestlers acting like zombies, like, and they're like legit, like, undead. And the commentators even like, we're surrounded by the undead.
Really? They must have knew how bad it was because I expected them to like fully recap it on Raw, and they didn't. So
Morrison's doing parquet and knocking him out, and then eventually they grab him and pull him behind the barricade, and they're like, they ate the Morrison, whatever. Then they come in at the end, and they get on top of Miz like they're eating him, but they're acting real bad. It's like it's like if you're acting like a bunch of your friends like when you're a kid.
Did the zombies even look good? Because I know Tom Savini, they didn't even look good.
No.
Like I know Tom Savini's been working with WWE, and I would think he would want to present zombies in the right way.
Maybe look, but they were not actors. They were acting like so gay, so bad. And then from there they just cut to a video package and then have a match, and then they don't even mention him again. So it's like we just saw two of your guys get eaten alive by zombies, and then next match.
Yeah, just carry on with the show. Don't even recap it on Raw because that's where I expected to see it, but it didn't even happen. So
I thought they didn't even say, because Morrison got hurt in the match, apparently his first actual injury, so they didn't say he was gone because he was eaten by zombies.
That would have been a smart idea. They didn't. I don't recall Miz or Morrison being on Raw, the one that I watched. So, man. Well, I don't even think I watched the whole show overall, but
I understand they were paid $1 million to do this as a tie-in to Army of the Dead. But what's $1 million to the company that makes billions?
So that's what it was for, to promote Army of the Dead.
Yeah. And Batista, because the people were playing Batista, and Batista tweeted like, "I'm on an airplane. You think I would book this shit?"
He's in that spot where it's like, well, I got my movies, so I don't care. I can say whatever I want about WWE.
Yeah, and they were like, Batista can't be here, but he's sending his friends. So even like, if you're going by like, this is part of the movie. Like his friends aren't the zombies.
Mm-hmm.
He's fighting the zombies. But I mean, come on, that's so fucking stupid. And from what I understand, they paid UFC to do a tie-in too. But UFC just recorded like a standalone commercial with some of the fighters. That might be tongue in cheek, but it played as a commercial, knowing they're not
Uh-huh.
actually invading and eating our fighters. You know what I mean? So why couldn't WWE just do that? Just film a little vignette, and just play it between matches and be like, whatever,
I thought it had to do something with Alexa Bliss. I was
No, it
like,
wasn't even
yeah,
involved.
because I
Like,
thought that was the only thing that would make sense because
yeah.
she's been doing the spooky lady with the blood coming out of
Wouldn't
her.
you think if they were gonna, yeah, they would at least put the zombies with them.
Yeah,
And
that
I
would
was
have
like,
been like the obvious choice.
I
Like,
think it's the dumbest thing I ever saw. And people are like, well, what about her with the voodoo doll? And I'm like, I don't watch.
the
I guess
voodoo
that was
dolls.
on Raw. She had a voodoo doll and they
Yeah, I
stabbed it.
seen that, and she was like using it to make fire explode and stuff. Yeah, that was bad. It's bad.
Yeah, I didn't see that, thankfully.
Ooh. The Alexa Bliss stuff is just mind-boggling bad. I don't know why WWE is going down this road with her because she was like a legitimate performer before this. She was somebody who I felt could be a standout in the women's division and be. She was on her way to being like a standout.
Yeah,
I
I'll be
mean,
honest. I'm not a fan. But
mhm.
she was definitely really over with the crowd.
I thought she was. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. And then they decide to go this route, and it's like, is anybody enjoying this? Is anybody like? It's not
I'll
good.
be honest. I have seen some people online who do, but I think overall, I can't imagine people.
They are lying. They are enjoying it because it's bad. That's
Uh,
why they are enjoying it.
I've seen people say like they love, like I love horror movies too, but I mean, this is
Uh-huh.
it's bad. It's dumb. It doesn't fit the show.
There's not many horror elements that I think would even work in a professional wrestling ring.
Well, maybe like a serial killer or something.
I mean, it's like totally a different type of product. And it's like
Right.
to
I
make
like horror movies, but I didn't want them popping up in like in Caddyshack or something.
I guess the Undertaker's the best way that they've done things is just have him be
Yeah,
the
and on
dead
paper
man and not
it
go
should
too
work.
much into
Yeah.
it. Just have a little, a buried alive match here or a casket match or something. He can shoot light bolts. Even though everybody says, why can he shoot lightning bolts and not just do it while somebody's in the ring? But
I mean, on paper, really, it should be awful. The Undertaker stuff, but
yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
an anomaly. It worked for whatever reason. I mean, even Jim Cornette likes it, and he hates that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Just
that
for
is
it's
strange.
it's just it's its own thing. For some reason, it works.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't. Maybe you could do it someone, but I don't foresee it. But this other stuff definitely not working.
Dang.
And it's also a
Mhm.
different era.
Yeah.
Like when they were started the Undertaker stuff, it was the cartoony era.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I
Yeah.
mean, for the most part, stuff's like is portrayed as more realistic, I guess.
And like in a way, I kind of feel bad for Savini because I think like he's throwing out all these ideas and trying to get like Alexa Bliss over, but he doesn't have the wrestling mentality, and he doesn't know that this stuff is just bad for wrestling. You
I
know,
wonder how much input do you think he actually has besides just making the stuff? Because he was in a car accident recently, so
really. So
yeah,
he's in bad shape.
yeah.
Well, maybe it's not his input, but I would think like the imagery of Alexa Bliss with the bloody tiara thing that was squirting out blood. I thought that was fairly creative, but I just don't think it works in the wrestling world. But I did think that was a creative thing to do, and I didn't see Vince McMahon coming up with that idea. To be honest with you, um, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, he is. Oh, are you praising to the Dark Order right now?
Also, this new shirt is pretty sweet.
Ooh, Pillman. Yeah. Loose cannon.
The loose cannon, yeah.
His son was getting a push on AEW. They had him in the main event.
It was so. This is so funny. So I was doing some graphics and stuff. So I'll load up a bunch of clips on YouTube and let put them in like a playlist and let them
Yeah.
play. And so I'm listening to stuff and whatever, I don't know, I don't put them in any particular order, just whatever I find and load it up. And so one that came, these two played back to back, and I didn't play it this way. So Lance Storm is talking about this match, and I totally agreed with him. He was saying how he's like, I DM'd after the match, I DM'd Pillman Jr. and I was like,
Mhm.
you should. How much did you thank the Young Bucks for this match? Because they really made you look great.
Yeah.
And he was saying how he heard Meltzer, this Lance Storm saying, I heard Meltzer talk about this, but he didn't really get the match because you saying they put over Garrison more. And he's like, no, even though Pillman took the fall, he was the guy they were really showcasing, because even in the
Mhm.
loss, they made it seem like he gave it his all. And I totally agree. Even in the loss, he came off. It elevated him because he was kind of a low end guy.
Yeah.
And he just went on about how good the Young Bucks are as heels and how much they put over the guys they're wrestling. And then immediately after that, the Cornette came up of the same match. And
Oh
he
wow.
was the antithesis of this, saying that they should fire the Young Bucks, they should fire everyone involved, and how the Young Bucks totally buried Pillman and on purpose, and he never saw a worse finish in his life. And I was just like, this is really funny.
Well, so the people who created the company, they should fire them.
They
Like
should,
they
right?
should
They should fire the owners of the presidents of the company.
just
That
just you're gone. Yeah.
that right there, interest. What I've always found funny about the idea of, like, oh, this company would be better, if they get rid of the Young Bucks, Kenny Omega and stuff. That's
Mhm.
not only, besides the fact that they are the presidents, vice presidents of the company be, was even a thought because these guys had such a fan base
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Japan and in America when they did
Mhm.
the show in MSG and stuff. So that idea is just so silly. It's like they should get rid of the people that is the whole reason
Mhm.
that there was even a thought of, like, this promotion could take off, because we could try to piggyback off of these guys that have gotten over on the indie scene.
Yeah.
So if you get rid of them, you get rid of the guys that actually that have the fan base to begin
Mhm.
with. Now you
Yeah.
want to grow that fan base, I get all that, but you don't want to destroy your core fan base
No, no.
and then have no one who likes it.
Most definitely. And I think they are doing a good job to a degree. I think they're starting to grow their fan base with like Darby Allen. I think he's definitely become a character that a lot of people have got behind. Um, how did you feel about Darby Allen dropping the TNT belt?
Two things there. I think it was too soon. I wouldn't have had him drop the belt yet.
Yeah,
I think you could have had it go for a while. But at the same time, if you were going to do it, I think that's a great guy to do it too. I just think they should have postponed it for a while.
yeah,
But I do think Miro, I've been saying for weeks that he's growing on me. And I think right now he's great. He's one of the best all around guys in the company. This is the
hmm,
Miro that I foresaw, that I was happy about hearing coming to.
yeah, yeah. I agree with you there. I think he is coming into his own in AEW, and I didn't think like why they had that match, like Darby dropping it so soon. It does seem soon to me.
Yeah.
I didn't think that Miro should go in there and lose, though.
No, they booked themselves into that position.
Yeah,
I just wouldn't have done this match yet.
I mean, it does add to the show that it's
Yeah. You don't know
you
what.
don't know what's going to happen,
Right.
because you really don't think Miro should be losing, and you really don't think Darby should be losing. So you got to watch just to see what happens. So that point, it was smart.
Right. That's true.
Um, do you think it hurts Darby though in the long run? I don't.
No, I don't think so. I think it's hard to hurt Darby with a loss because he is a smaller guy.
Hmm.
And then when he gets beat by a guy that they've really positioned now as this destroyer, I don't think it really hurts him. But
Yeah.
I do think doesn't necessarily hurt him, but it does hurt the momentum of the character. I think you should
Yeah.
have kept the title on him for a little while
Hmm.
longer, because to me he was really coming off like a legit star of the on the company.
Well, it was an unexpected change, and the last TNT title change was an unexpected change. I did not expect Cody to drop it to Darby, so maybe they're just trying to keep it like an unpredictable title. So
Yeah. Yeah, that works. I
Mhm,
like that. I mean, because like you said, I don't know. I wouldn't have expected Darby to lose it so fast. So yeah, that
mhm.
works.
Miro's promo on Dynamite this week,
I
when he
loved it.
cut on Lance Archer,
Yeah,
the Murder Hawk, him and Jake Roberts. I thought that was very good. I really liked that promo. I mean, why WWE didn't want to tap into some of this, because I think he delivered a lot of his lines very effectively, and why WWE just
I
didn't
don't
want to
know that.
utilize this
To
guy.
me, he was a guy
Mind
that they
boggling.
totally missed the boat on many times because
Hmm.
there was times he was legit over. I think there was times he might have been the most over guy in the company
Yeah.
when he was doing the Happy Rusev Day stuff. I think that was to me that was like the most overact, that whole group, him, the guy that was singing for him, and Lana. And then it to me honestly, I no one's going to convince me otherwise. I think they didn't want him to get over because the stuff they did, I think, was designed to
Mhm.
get him to destroy him with the crowd. Because you had this over thing, instead of run with it, like they split them all up.
Yeah.
And no one in that, and not one person of those three were more over after they split them up. The one guy was totally out of wrestling and became
Mhm.
a commentator. Then they fired him.
Yeah,
Lon
now
has
he's
never
gone.
been over without him. And then he became a cock and just a joke, and
Mhm.
then finally left the company.
Here, Vince Rudo in the chat room says Cornette's co-host likes Miro now.
Oh,
So I
that's.
think that adds
I
some
think even Cornette
legitimacy
put
to
him
the
over.
show.
I think even Cornette put him over.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay, so Cornette was big on Miro as
yeah.
well.
I think he says it's too late, which
No.
I don't. It's
I
really
mean,
hard to say it's too. I mean, he's only what was he there for, like a few months? I mean,
yeah, when you showcase the believability that he is giving in his promo when he's delivering these lines, the fans are going to be attracted to that no
yeah.
matter what.
I think looking back, I think the progression actually worked where he came in as I never really saw a character like that. He was kind of this goofy guy, and then he's this became this crazy guy,
Mhm.
which he probably always was, but just came. I don't know. It works. It works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you have just gone right to this character? Yeah, definitely. But it still worked for me.
Mhm.
Good.
Most definitely. So glad they're going this route with Miro. I think he could be a huge superstar
Yeah,
for
he was
him.
a guy in WWE. I really think has had everything because he's really good in the ring. He looks like a badass. I think he's great on the mic, and his broken English actually works for him.
Mhm.
And I think he's a guy who can do both comedy and serious stuff. And he can do sometimes they do too much comedy first went to AW, but he does comedy away, which I don't think takes away from his believability as a badass guy.
Mhm. Mhm.
You
Yeah.
can do comedy in wrestling, it doesn't have to be all like super silly.
I mean, basically, I mean, The Rock, he was pretty
Right.
comedic in a lot of his bits, but whenever it came to doing something serious, he would turn it on.
Yeah. Yeah. Even Austin.
Yeah, Austin, he would do some comedic bits too,
Mhm.
especially after the injury, whenever he got hurt by Owen. So,
Yeah.
but
So,
one comment that I saw on the Twitter, on the internets, on the Facebooks, wherever it was Britt Baker made a comment against Christian Cage that if he gets a action figure before she does, she's just done with the company.
uh,
And I don't know, does those comments not get people in hot water anymore? Where it's like you're
right.
being
I don't think it
disrespectful to
would
the
in
veterans,
AEW.
huh?
I don't think so. I don't think in AEW because they do a lot of ribbing on the square kind of stuff where they'll say stuff in promos that it's based on like some reality.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it would get anyone in trouble there.
Yeah. I mean, as much as I'm not like too big on Christian being in AEW, I did think that was a little, maybe she's just being a heel.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
liked it. I thought it was funny, and
but I did think it's like, no,
but
this guy's
honestly,
been
he is a
around
guy
for
you should
years.
you should put stuff out
Mm-hmm.
for, because
Mm-hmm.
if you are going to sign him, you should put like merchandise out because
Yeah.
he is a name and
And
people come.
Speaking of merchandise, Jack, I think I have the perfect merchandise that I'm wanting to bring to the market, and that is the big blue dot that you can place over your screen anytime that Christian Cage is on the television.
Oh,
See,
right.
if you're looking at Christian Cage and you're thinking, "My God, this guy's just got an annoying face," I mean, you're going to have this perfect dot. It's going to be kind of like the Acme hole that you can just slap on your television screen, and you don't have to see Christian's face.
I like it. Yeah, it could be like kind of the rubbery thing, like
Mhm.
when you're a kid, you used to have this.
I can tell
like,
you're liking it because you're like salivating through your mask with once I start telling that idea. Look at that. That's really creepy. None of the Dark Order need to do that. No, stay away. I'm really wanting to run away from my screen at the moment because that is creeping me out.
I was trying to open the hole a little bit more, so it's more friendly for drinking coffee.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how you're going to accomplish that.
Yeah.
You're going to have it dripping down your chin and everything else.
But yeah, overall, I thought this last 2 weeks. I think I mean, I always like the show anyway to degree, usually, but the last 2 weeks I thought it's been really good stuff.
Most definitely.
I'm really liking Kenny Omega and not Kenny, well, I like him too, but I really like Moxley and this is Eddie Kingston as a team. I'm looking. The pay-per-view is really loaded.
Yeah,
a lot of stuff I'm looking forward to.
Almost definitely. One thing you got to watch out for though this week is that they're on Friday and not on Wednesday. So if you want to watch Dynamite, you gotta make sure to get ready at 10:00 p.m. on Friday, not Wednesday, the normal date.
Yeah, I forgot about that. So there's a live Without Your Head tomorrow night. So it's at 7. I actually made it at 7 so I could watch Dynamite, but if it goes late, it's not gonna. Yeah. For people out there, it's tomorrow night 7 p.m. Barry Bostwick of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah. Oh, excellent! He was very funny whenever we went to the showing of Rocky Horror Film whenever we were in the convention. So
Kentucky.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, awesome. Lexington, Kentucky. Nice town.
It was nice.
Like it.
So if I go back and don't drink anymore, you gonna come down, hang out in the hot tub?
Well, I mean, it does. I mean, I was there when you're drinking, but
yeah, but now I won't be drinking, so then we can you have more in common with me.
That's true. That's true. No Bourbon Trail. Is Jason going to come out?
He did. I don't know if you know this. This is true. I'm not joking. He didn't drink until he started listening to the show. Then he heard me drinking on the show, so he started to drink. And now he actually quit drinking too.
So he stopped drinking because you stopped drinking.
I don't know if he stopped drinking because I stopped drinking or not, but he started drinking because he heard the show and I was drinking on the show. He probably stopped too because of me. I think I'm
pretty sure if you wanted to pull like a Nick Gage and rob a bank or something, he would be your accomplice.
That'd be good
if you asked him to.
Yeah, that'd be good. I have to say, I thought this was not a great episode of Dark Side of the Ring with Nick Gage.
I wasn't too entertained by. I mean,
I didn't know him, but I gave him a shot because sometimes if you don't know something in a documentary, it can even be better because you learn something. But I don't think it was interesting.
No, the most interesting part I found was the David Arquette stuff that he stabbed.
Yeah, and I knew about it from the David Arquette documentary.
Okay, and I haven't watched the documentary, but my thing was he just stabbed the man in the neck with a freaking light tube, and so he gets upset and he hits him with like wouldn't you be like, okay, I understand, I deserve that, you know?
You literally stabbed the man in the jugular and he's bleeding to death.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, you're all right, and I was like, but then he's like, he takes him down and he's like, you just stay there, and it's like, you can't understand why he would be upset with you that you just stabbed him in the neck with a freaking light tube. I mean, the guy is an actor, and
and supposedly he said like, you can do whatever you want, just don't cut me, which I understand because he can't go back to making movies if his face is all cut up.
Yeah. But I mean, I just didn't understand why he didn't accept that. Like, okay, I guess I should have just take that chair shot. I mean, I understand why he would be mad, but then again, he is a man who makes his living throwing himself through light tubes, and so
Yeah, but stabbing a dude, I don't know. I got people pissed at me because I didn't even say anything bad about him to begin with. I just I didn't like the episode. But then
yeah,
people started telling me that they were like they literally believe like what Moxley said, how Vince McMahon would kill to have a wrestler like that connects like Nick Gage. And I'm thinking, I like Moxley, but come on, man. And then like,
yeah,
so I said in like this episode, and people were getting legit pissed at me on my Facebook. Like I thought they were gonna come and stab me in the neck or something.
really.
Because they were like, this guy, they were, I'm not even joking. They're saying like he's like the most over guy in wrestling, and
Maybe there's
like he's
something we're
got
missing
star
here.
power like beyond like anyone. And I'm like, what? He just came off like a
No,
complete nobody to me. He had no
yeah,
personality, no charisma. And regardless of what I think of him as a wrestler, I'll be honest. I don't want to say anything about him. Madman Pondo is not a good wrestler, but he has charisma. He has
hmm,
personality.
yeah.
Sandman really isn't a good wrestler. He's better, than Nick Gage, but
Oh yeah.
charisma through the roof.
Oh yeah, Sandman. I mean, that's basically
New
why
Jack,
Sandman's anything is because he has a ton of freaking
yeah.
charisma.
New Jack, same way.
New Jack for
There's
sure.
guys that from this kind of wrestling that have
Yeah.
charisma and personality. This guy, as far as I've seen, I can't say
Uh,
I've seen a lot of them, but from what I've seen,
yeah.
nil
I,
and void.
I agree with that. Maybe there's something we're missing here because we're not CZW fans. I mean, we don't watch it a whole lot. We don't have anything against it, but I haven't seen a whole lot of the guy's stuff. And from this documentary, he didn't strike me as anybody who was very charismatic or somebody that I was drawn to. I
Oh,
see that with Moxley.
oh
You,
yeah.
you watch a John Moxley promo, you're instantly drawn in, and
Yeah,
you
I
want to
was in
see
it.
what he's
That's why we
doing
had
with
him on
this
the
guy.
show a couple,
Yeah.
before he became Dean Ambrose.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I
Mm-hmm.
saw him on a local show, trying to get you here, and I was like, this guy's like a star. This guy's awesome,
Yeah.
and went went on to become a big star. And there's been other people like that. That you see something in, and we get them on the show, whatever. Especially back in the day when we had more guests, but
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see it in Nick Gage.
I remember somebody wrote that question when we had Moxley on, and they sent it in. I wasn't even aware of the guy and him going to jail and all that. So that question was in that interview. That I remember asking it, and
So before I watch this episode, Moxley was with Nick Gage, like fighting on the Indies, like the week before that this played, and I wasn't against the idea because I hadn't seen him yet. I was like, well, this could be interesting, bringing this guy in and doing like a short feud with. But I don't really have any interest in that now.
mm-hmm.
I don't think he'd be. I mean, maybe if you want to capitalize off this show, if you think there's enough people
um,
interested, but from what I've seen, I wouldn't do it.
I mean, there are a lot of viewers for Dark Side of the Ring, so I think it might be beneficial for AEW to bring him in and maybe have a match here and there. I mean, he could be maybe somebody lower on the card, and we could be 100% wrong, and he could be a huge superstar with them.
Right.
But I mean, I kind of doubt it. But
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to really trash a guy because I don't know a lot about him.
I don't.
I just
Yeah,
found it
even
very
from the
bizarre.
documentary, I mean, all you really get is like stuff about his wrestling career. I mean,
Yeah.
that he went to jail, and that's
That's
about
why
it.
I didn't like the episode, because you didn't learn anything really
Yeah.
about him as a person. I think you could have actually gone more into what this underground hardcore wrestling world is like.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What attracts the fans to it, what attracts the wrestlers to it.
Yeah.
I honestly think the people who made the episode really missed the ball, and it just wasn't a great episode. And I really
Uh,
love the series, so I don't
yeah.
want to even trash the whole show or nothing. I just didn't think it was a particularly good episode.
It basically just highlighted the crazy things that this man has done. You
Yeah,
know.
even like they have him. He's in the finals of this tournament against Thumbtack Jack, and they say it like everyone watching the show would know who Thumbtack Jack is. I've never heard of this guy.
No.
You could have
Not
showed,
sure.
30 seconds of, who this dude is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't have hurt. Wouldn't have hurt. Now, What was it? Chaos in Korea
Collision
or
in Korea.
Collision in Korea. Now that episode was pretty compelling.
Yeah, I loved it. It was weird because I actually heard Cornette's review of it before I watched the episode because, like I said, I just put stuff on and listen, and he really didn't like it. So it's like, oh, that's too bad. It'll be two in a row. Wasn't too big on, but I thought it was a great episode. I thought it was really entertaining. Not necessarily
Mhm.
so much darkness to it, like no
Yeah.
one died or
Well,
nothing, but
I think Too Cold Scorpio was plotting to kill a man.
yeah, that's true. This
But
is yeah, that was pretty. I thought Too Cold came off awesome on the show.
mhm.
Cornette like fuck Too Cold. He like he
Yeah, I hear that he
mad
was
'cause,
really
like he
upset
said he
with.
beat up Hawk and it's like he
Mhm.
I don't know, well, maybe he did.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
find him to be an honest guy. So
you really don't know how tough somebody is until they're in that situation and they have to, take care of themselves. And so, I mean, Too Cold Scorpio doesn't look like a guy that I would just want to mess with. So, and
yeah.
after hearing that, I don't think I would want to.
He
But
doesn't have a and look, I love Road Warrior Hawk, but he was known as kind of a bully at times. So
mhm,
when you have that attitude and you're actually picking fights with people, then people, that's how then they
yeah.
people know he's a fighter. But Too Cold isn't picking fights with people. Maybe people didn't know he could defend himself.
Although I will say that what the fight started over didn't seem to make any sense to me. Like
Uh-huh.
he was looking for Flair. Too Cold Scorpio was mad at Flair, so
Yeah.
he just said "fuck Flair,"
Uh,
and then Hawk was like, like why was he being an asshole to Hawk just because he was worried about his friend? I just
I think he just said to forget that bitch or something, and then like
yeah.
it seemed pretty. I find it entertaining, but yeah.
And my other feelings towards this, it was like, all right, you're in this crazy country where you're worried for your life, and they've taken your passports away. Why are you plotting to murder or even fighting somebody or
He's making shivs out of chopsticks.
it's
Yeah,
like I don't think anybody was with it, And Norton's saying, "Oh, this country sucks" on the phone, which I think he said that during our
he
interview when
did.
we
Yeah.
had him on the show. And then they, cut his line off, and then they questioned him. It's like none of these wrestlers are getting it except for one man, the one man that is normally totally unprofessional whenever it comes to a trip like this, and that is Ric Flair. Ric Flair was the one who got it. I don't fuck around when I'm in this other country that I'm scared for my life.
Uh,
Because when he got back to Japan, he got down on his hands and knees and kissed the ground that he was on.
uh,
So it's like, why don't the other ones get it? Ric Flair, for the one trip where he is not the
Shows
crazy
it
person.
himself, and yeah,
Exactly. He's not showing himself.
yeah.
He's not tapping
Well,
somebody on the head with
there
his
is one other
penis.
guy who actually talked Too Cold out of trying to kill him. That was Chris Benoit,
The Chris Benoit. He's like, you don't want to.
the
You'll be
voice of
here for the
reason.
rest of your
Chris
life if you
Benoit.
kill him in this.
Yeah. I guess Meltzer tweeted out that he should have took his own advice.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And I don't think Meltzer even meant it to be funny, but
well, he didn't kill somebody in Korea,
that's
but
true. He
but
did not spend
still,
the rest of eternity in Korea.
yeah. So I mean, uh so that was the one thing that stuck out to me. Like the only person who is minding their own business is Ric Flair. How sad is that?
Yeah. And I love the idea that the crowd was forced there and they they don't even know what the hell's going on. They just sit there in complete
Uh,
silence and
well,
just
I
like
wonder
you
about
wonder.
this. This is what I'm wondering about because they did cheer for Inoki whenever he was facing Flair.
Yep.
Did they
That was a lot
know?
more
Did they
convincing.
not want to cheer for any of the Americans? Or
That could
did?
be. That could be. But
I think
I
that
don't
might
think
have
they
been the
would
case.
normally they don't want to cheer for Japanese either.
Uh huh. But I think because Inoki was associated with Baba, who was Korean.
Well, no, it was Ricky Dozan who was Korean.
Ricky Dozan, excuse me. Yeah, you're right. I
Did they
think that's
have?
why
I
they
don't
were
think there
cheering
was
for
any Koreans
for
wrestling on the
Inoki.
show. I remember the show. I don't think there was any actual Koreans.
Did Muhammad Ali come out during the show? Did they cheer for him?
I don't remember. I probably have it on VHS tape because I
Oh,
used to
really?
record all the
That's
pay-per-views.
It's probably a rare tape now because
Yeah.
they don't have it on the network, from what I heard.
Oh,
I
it's
mean,
not. Hmm.
I think they said it wasn't on the network. So yeah, you might want to transfer that over to a DVD or something.
Yeah, I remember it was a weird
Yeah.
spectacle and stuff. It was cool to
Uh-huh.
watch, but I remember, yeah, the crowd didn't do anything,
Just
and I
totally
remember the
dead.
commentaries were you can even hear a little bit. They were so like bland.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Mike Tenay was like, "Oh, it's the first time we're hearing something from the crowd."
How bad of a trip was that for Hawk then? I mean, like he nearly got killed, and
He's
he's
getting out of
stuck
his
in his
drugs.
room, and he's
Yeah.
out of cigarettes. He's up there cursing at the crowd. Why won't you all do anything? It's just like I kind of feel bad for Hawk because
Oh yeah.
he was just looking out for his friend, and then I mean he did use a pretty bad expletive against Too Cold,
Yeah,
but
that's another thing. Like, how you can't really blame Too Cold for punching him.
yeah, that too, yeah, and he was going to get his eyeballs gouged out. And apparently he was missing some of his meds or he was on a real powerful
There
steroid
was
or
a weird
something.
thing that was a little strange to me because they said like he couldn't have any of his steroid stuff, but yet he was on this other drug. Like,
Uh-huh.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't want to say anything, but was it just an excuse because Too Cold beat him up? They have to be
Could
like, oh,
be.
he was on this other stuff.
That's what Norton was saying. I think
Yeah.
Norton even said the same on our show when we had him on. And
But I know they're really buddies, so I understand you want to make excuse for buddy. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just saying.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, but
But
and
I
then
it was a
they
very
had him pay
enjoyable. It
tribute
was
to
an
their
enjoyable episode. Much
I
better
like
than the Nick Cage one.
it was a very good episode, the collision in Korea, and just that they're having Eric Bischoff walk up with the big bouquet of flowers, and they had Flair doing it and everything. And like, if you watch that interview with Flair where he's like talking of it, and then it's just like you could tell he was just so like, I'm minding my business on this trip. I am not getting out of line at all. He seemed so professional. I was like, where is that Flair? There was like a different type of Flair kind of in the '90s. It seemed like he seemed really professional at one point, and then he just kind of lost it. So
Probably just didn't know too much about it.
maybe, yeah. Hmm.
Or maybe when Hogan got there, he wanted to act a little more professional. I don't know.
And I like that guy. The guys was like, look at Flair. He's freaking out on this old ass plane. It's like he's been in 2 freaking crashes.
Right.
Who can blame him?
Yeah. One
You know?
almost died. Yeah.
They got him on this rickety old plane. It's like, yeah, I would kind of feel for the guy. I feel bad for him.
It was like the plane when I flew into Huntington.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Rickety old plane,
It
bolts
was.
falling out of
I'm
the
not even
ceiling.
joking. That was. It was. It was. It had, I thought the wing was put. It was like held together with band-aids.
Uh-huh. Could very well have been.
And I would bet money that the pilot was drunk the way he acted when we got off the plane.
He probably looked at the plane and said, I'm going to need a few before I do this flight.
When I flew a little plane from New York to Boston, it was pretty old, and
I've heard that a lot of the planes that are still in service nowadays were like put together like in the 50s. So
yeah,
it's like,
probably especially those little ones. That was a weird flight. There was literally the one from New York to Boston. It was actually New York to wasn't to Boston. It was to Green Airport in Rhode Island. And it was so it's only like a 40-minute flight, and it was me, Troy, and 2 other people that were together on this whole plane. It was a small plane, but still it's very weird. And then the stewardesses came and sat with us.
doesn't it make you wonder that they can't you can't have a car for that long, without like some major malfunction, but like
Right,
they
because
can
have a
still get parts for a plane like that's made from the 50s
I've
and
been on
still keep them
planes that
going.
you can't use them, but they still actually have the ashtray,
Oh,
on the
really?
arm. And I'm like,
Really?
how the hell old is this? Like,
It's pretty old. Pretty
yeah.
old. Ugh.
All right. Shall we let these callers in?
Before you do that, I just want to say just one thing, that I am getting pretty geared up for on Impact they got Moose facing off with Kenny Omega, and that seems like a pretty good feud. But they are including Sami Zayn in it, and I think they're going to make it a 3-way. And I'm not.
Sami Zayn versus Moose.
No, not Sami Zayn. Sami Callahan.
Oh,
I'm sorry, my mistake.
yeah.
Sami Zayn's in a completely different company. Sami Callahan, and I just think it would be a better match if it was just Moose,
We
Kenny
do that a
Omega.
lot in all of wrestling. Like
Yeah,
there was another one too who is it's Kofi Kingston I saw was doing something against he beat Lashley in a non-title match, and that actually had me interested. Like, I'd like to see Kofi versus Lashley, something we haven't seen. But then I saw at the pay-per-view, it's a three-way. It's Lashley, Kofi,
yeah.
and Drew McIntyre. And it's like, how many times are we gonna see Drew McIntyre? And I don't even watch a
Yeah,
show,
really.
and I've seen this match like 20 times. And
Yeah.
why not just do Lashley and Kofi?
And it's like you can't push somebody like this, it's not going to work in the long run. Just he's constantly
It's weird that
involved with the title, but he keeps losing, and it's just
yeah,
like,
and he's a baby face, and he loses.
mm,
Technically he's at an advantage because it's two baby faces versus one heel, and he's still losing. Like
yeah,
it makes him weaker, not stronger.
yeah, definitely.
He should be fighting to get another title shot, not just constant title shots.
Mm-hmm. That
Work
would
his
work
way
better.
back up to a title shot, and then you can do the match
Mm-hmm.
again. Not just nonstop. He's always fighting him.
Most
All right, we'll bring
definitely.
these guys in. So that's cool. So you've been liking the Impact?
Oh yeah, what little bit I watched the I think it was Under Siege special event, and then I watched
Oh, really? With Steven
Impact.
Seagal? Oh,
No, and there was no Steven Seagal, which would have been nice if there was a Steven Seagal, but
yeah.
Petey Williams is there.
Really?
And guess who's running the casino, Jack?
Um,
You don't know?
hmm.
No guesses?
I have one, but but I think it'd be better maybe if you just say him.
It's Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger.
He is running the casino behind the scenes. And yeah, they had some funny bits with I think Saban was saying like he had to team up with Petey Williams, and like Petey comes in and he's like, "Was it really that bad?" And no, it wasn't Saban. It was PJ.
Let's say, is
P,
this like a time
PJ
warp?
Perkins.
Like Chris Sabin and Petey Williams?
No, it was TJ Perkins, or he was kind of bitching about having to tag with Petey, and Petey comes in. He's like, "Was it really that bad?" And then it's booking into another match. I just found that part pretty funny.
Yeah.
I like Petey Williams.
He didn't shit himself or
Yeah, I like that he's actually being a serious character,
yeah.
and I would like to see the man get like a push of some sort.
Yeah, I always liked him.
It
Does he,
just seemed like that was a guy that was always kind of there, but it was like
yeah.
never really.
He's still doing the Canadian Destroyer?
I mean, that alone, he should be like a huge thing in wrestling. I mean, because everybody's stealing that anymore.
I know. Yep, one of the most stolen moves in wrestling. I think a guy gets a lot of shit is Goldberg, and he has the most copied move in wrestling in modern wrestling.
That is true, because he was the originator of the spear.
Yeah,
That's like, and everybody steals it.
yeah.
Like
He
I
does
know a
the
lot of people give
war.
Edge credit for it, but it was Goldberg.
Yeah, he did it. Be fuck the Edge. I gotta say, yeah, I was actually an Edge fan, and I was happy he had the comeback. But ever since the first initial seeing him as a comeback, I don't watch the show every week. But anytime I see him, I think it's just I care less and less about him.
I'm very annoyed with Edge. I don't know. He just seems out of place, and it just seems like
It's almost like
I don't know. It's weird.
usually when you bring back such a big star like that, it's almost like it can't lose. At
Mm-hmm.
least like for a couple matches. But seems like you already don't care about him.
It's strange. It is
Yeah.
because you would think, why am I not caring? But yeah, just Edge is just. I'm not caring. Sorry,
Um,
it's not
Old
doing
man
anything for
Edge.
me.
I don't know.
Maybe he's just lost it. He doesn't have it anymore. I don't know.
Since AEW, they use music, licensed music. What if
Mhm.
they had the Neil Young song "Old Man"? Take a look at my life for Edge when he came out. Would that be
Oh
good for you?
man, take a look at my life. I was a lot like you were.
I think that'd be a good vignette for Edge. He's just there looking sad and old.
He does look very old.
Yeah.
Very old. Steven's going to
Good
take some.
physical shape, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm,
Excellent physical shape.
mm-hmm.
Kind of looks cool, like old gritty and stuff, but he does look old, sad. Not like Steven. He doesn't age.
I don't think Steven's aged since high school.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
got to butter him up because we were giving one of his Canadians a
You ever
bad
use the
mouthing.
Canadian destroyer?
Oh,
Have you-
yes, I could take a Canadian destroyer.
The
Okay.
Steven destroyer?
No, sell it. Yeah.
I did that so well. Let's just name it the Stevie Destroyer.
Yee-lee! So what was going on in wrestling for Steven?
Oh, well, last night's Monday Night Raw was so exciting, I fell asleep.
Oh, really? Gave it the old in your head treatment.
He's just like, oh, this is so thrilling.
Actually, I'm not sure if Kofi and Drew have faced each other before, but they were trying to have a number one contenders match for who's going to face Bobby Lashley next, and it ended in a no contest.
So it's a three-way.
Scrap Iron made a rematch for next week, so we're going to get the match again. But
No contest,
Kofi
calling
should
it
win
now.
You know, I really think Kofi should win it because, yeah, exactly like you. It's like, look, we've seen Drew versus Bobby. Let's see Kofi versus Lashley one-on-one.
Something different.
Yeah, it'd be different. So,
former champion.
And he's former WWE champion too. Yeah.
You have all these shows, do something different once in a while.
Most definitely.
They're not really pay-per-views anymore, so you can't really be worried like, will Kofi draw or whatever. It's it's just on the Peacock. Do it up. Give me something different. Non-stop Drew McIntyre matches.
Yeah.
Speaking of Drew, both these were in I got my pro wrestling crate today. I was very happy getting this shirt and this mask, and it came with an autograph 8x10 of a former tag partner of Drew McIntyre.
The one-man band, Heath Slater.
Yes.
Oh, how'd I guess that?
Yeah, I actually was happy about that. So that's pretty cool. Good job. But I was happy. I like Heath Slater. All right. So
Vic,
yes,
I want to acknowledge Vic's presence. How are you doing tonight?
And acknowledge Vic. He's the.
I don't want to give him the Brad. What the hell's that guy's name? Brad Thacker. I don't want to give him that treatment.
Man, that's a name. That's a name out of the past.
Well, once you're on my list, you never leave.
I think he just got married.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who cares?
I say congratulations, Brad Thacker.
Who cares?
I'm gonna tell him to zoom in.
How's that career of his going?
I don't think he does.
Yeah, that's probably the right move to go.
What?
go do something else, because not so much. It ain't worth. Vic, I know you're a huge Ultimate Warrior fan. Did you watch the A&E documentary on the Ultimate Warrior?
No, I missed that one.
Oh, okay.
I watched the Dark Side of the Ring.
Okay.
On the death match thing, but I missed the A&E one.
Did you miss the Collision in Korea one?
I hadn't had a chance to watch it yet.
Oh, that's a good one. You'll enjoy that one.
It's been a busy week here, so
I understand.
I heard it was real good. I wanted to watch it because Songman had made a post about it. That it was
that sounds really good.
That's such a sweet mask. I love that.
It is a sweet mask. Which one is it of the Dark Order? It is a Dark Order mask, right? Is it Evil Uno maybe, or is it 10? Not sure. I'd have to look it up. No, it's not Evil Uno because he has the big smile, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just Dark Order mask.
Just Dark Order in general.
It's a really nice mask. It's nice material. It's nicer than other ones I've had that are usually really cheap.
Now, I think I should pass on some knowledge from Dwayne Johnson Sr. He said on a documentary, if you're having trouble breathing in the mask, you got to dip it in cold water.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This one's a pretty big mouth hole, see?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Watch out. Look at that, Lexar. Isn't that creepy? Don't you want to run from the screen right now? That is creepy. Look. Geez. Lexar was disgusted, and then he's like amused. He's got like a smile on his face.
Oh man, Lexar's got a nice haircut.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Not all, doesn't have the bed head. Looking good. I approve. Looking sharp. You liked the tongue action, didn't you?
No, it's kind of freaky. It's kind of like Excalibur being a porn star.
What? Excalibur's a porn star? Oh, you said it looked like if Excalibur was a porn star. I see.
I have to admit something.
Tongue.
Every time that I hear the name Excalibur, this is probably not going to mean much to anybody, but there was a game called Time Killers, and this one guy, that's all he would yell is he'd just play like Excalibur, and then he'd cut somebody's arm off. It was a fighting game back in the day, but I just wanted to share that with everybody. Anytime I hear the name Excalibur, that's what pops into my head.
I like the old movie Excalibur.
Yeah. Was Sean Connery in? He was on Camelot. Who was in Excalibur? I remember watching.
Who was the guy who played Merlin? He's another. I think he was might have been the villain in Superman 2.
Oh, okay. That would make sense.
Terrence Stamp?
Yeah, is it him? I don't know who it is. I'm going to look it up now. It's a good movie, though. I tried to get guests from it, but I couldn't nail anybody down.
Those bastards.
When they would show it on TV back in the day, they would for the sex scene, he'd be banging the woman with the he'd be in total suit of armor, but in the regular cut he was naked. I always thought it was weird.
If you're in a total suit of armor, I mean, that's like
that's weird.
Jeez.
I remember watching the movie so often because when I was a kid, we had HBO, which not everyone did back then. We got it pretty early. For whatever reason, it was offered, in small town. But I remember they would show it all the time on there. They would show a lot of the same things a lot, and I just watch it all the time. So let's see. Helen Mirren is in it.
Helen Mirren.
Let's see. Nicole Williamson was Merlin. I don't know who that is. Gabriel Byrne, a young Gabriel Byrne.
Oh, okay.
Oh, a young Liam Neeson. I didn't even realize that.
I'm Liam Neeson.
Patrick Stewart.
Who was he? What part was he in the movie? I don't remember him.
He was
Jean-Luc Picard.
That's
the only role he's ever in. I am Captain Jean-Luc Picard.
Leon DeGrance. I'm not sure who that is.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a big part.
I don't know Leo in that one.
Cool though. I recommend it. Good movie.
Excalibur.
I like the old sword and sorcery movies, especially that era of the 80s. But look, see there he is. There's Patrick Stewart looking pretty badass.
Oh.
It's like I got a big axe in my hand.
Whoa. Interesting. His Patrick Stewart's wielding that big axe. Like you can plant that right here.
Man.
Can you pull your Excalibur out of this stone?
Well, what does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. What?
Out of this butthole, I don't know.
Lexar!
All right, Lexar, what's going on?
What's happening?
That mask. I wonder if that mask itches.
It does not itch.
Doesn't itch. Are we all going to join the Dark Order?
That's what I'm here for, to recruit.
Oh my.
You like the mask? Or should I start wearing a mask every week?
The man behind the mask.
And then what if 1 week I just took it off and I was some other person?
That would be insane. Like you took it off and you're like Rick from Radio Haven. And it was all a big ruse.
Dunkin' Blow Nuts.
Like, oh, I've been doing the show with Rick Hendrickson all this time.
Rest in peace, Rick Hendrickson.
Definitely.
Someone from our past who died.
Mhm.
He was probably before you were around, Lexar.
Yeah.
Rick Hendrickson.
Shame.
Nothing against the dead, but you didn't miss a lot. No,
I
he's a good
don't know if you want to say that, Jack.
He was a good guy. What part? That he was a good guy?
No, not that part, but the other part.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was younger than me when he passed away.
I think he was younger than I was.
Yeah, it's pretty
And
good.
that was when I was actually young. Now I'm old.
Yeah, what are you, like 49 or something now?
I'm 40 now.
Yeah, can you believe that, Lexar? This old man. I'm doing the show with this old man.
I'm about to be 40 in a couple of years.
No, you're like what? I thought you were 23. You're not 40. Do you believe this, Incher?
If he says he's almost 40, he's
little
almost
boy?
40.
Our little Lexar.
I think so. No.
Man, just the other day you were old enough to drink.
Yeah, I'm old enough to drink multiple drinks now. So
Oh, okay.
approaching 40 is terrible. But anyway, on to this wrestling thing.
Any
A couple
plans
of
for when you're
releases.
40? You gonna go out? You gonna do something big?
Usually just I'm gonna stay home. I don't know what, depends on what day it is. If it's on Saturday, I might go to a strip club. And by that time the pandemic is over. So
Wouldn't you like to have a camera just to follow Lexar into the strip club just to see what he does at the strip club? That would be interesting.
Whips it out. He's like, ah! Starts shaking.
camera
that
crew
would be
following me.
You have
Huh?
a
Is that what
coupon,
you want,
did you say?
picture? Like
What,
a
the-
reality, like a reality.
Yes,
or-
the Lexar
The reality of Lexar, yeah.
That'd be a good show. Well, walk us through. Okay, Lexar, you get to the strip club, you walk in. What's the first thing you do?
I order a drink.
What do you order?
Usually a beer. I would like a couple like it's like a lemonade and a beer.
At what
Mixed
point?
together or separately?
It's together.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, the
Lemonade and
bartender
beer
will
together?
mix lemonade with beer and create that type of contraption. I don't know what the drink's called actually, but
That was putrid.
it tastes delicious.
All right. What do I know?
Hey, who would thought that chicken and waffles would be good together?
True.
And
Good.
it's
You
turned
order
out
the
it's good.
beer and lemonade.
Mhm.
Then what are you doing?
So watch the dancers, they dance around, and and some of the strippers will pass around the bar asking the patrons for dollars. So they show a little leg, they show a little.
I noticed that you left out the part where you go and get some dollar bills. Do you just stand there and you don't tip? Tell the truth.
Yeah, I have
Lexo.
like a dollar bills in my pocket already.
You bring them already.
So you have them already. Okay.
Yeah. So
He's prepared. He comes prepared.
They're not,
And
and it's not Monopoly money. It's real money.
Yeah. Yeah, and plus I ordered a drink and I used a $20 bill. So with the
So you
drink,
get the change.
get change in $1 bills.
Mhm.
So I get to pass around the
You know, I was questioning his tactics, but I think he has a better idea of what he needs to do than I do.
Yeah, Incher just goes in, and then he just his head gets all sweaty, and his eyes start bulging out, and his tongue flips. And blah,
I make that noise, and I go.
he just starts beating off.
Does Incher's heart pound in and out of his chest?
Yeah, it does that whole deal. It's like
You ever ask a stripper out? Like, hey, you want to go out for dinner after this?
Now, I saw this Jerry Springer episode where a guy dumps his girlfriend to try to go out with a stripper, and the stripper just says to him and says, "No, I'm just in it for your money. I just take your money. That's it."
Mm-hmm. That's basically what they're all in it for. They're not interested in you for the most part.
No, I think you could find true love at the strip club.
You never know. But I think most cases they're just in it for the money.
All right. Sounds like a good time. Do you have a favorite
Vic told
stripper?
me all about that before the show, so that's how I know. Thank you, Vic.
Anytime.
Do you have a favorite stripper?
Yeah, well, there's this one time a couple of summers ago where she is a nice Brazilian female stripper, and
Brazilian white, or she's actually from Brazil? You mean?
I think she's kind of Germanish and Brazilian, half German, half Brazilian. But she got a nice ass, a
There
nice,
you go.
plump, juicy ass. And
your face in there.
Yeah, every time we get a lap dance, like, I slap her ass around. She giggles and stuff. She'll like massage my hair when I have like long hair. Maybe maybe I had short hair, she just like comb it and stuff. So anyway, she breathe into my ear and gets, grab her ass,
Like, how long was your hair? Was it like shoulder length, or was it like?
Well, you remember a couple of weeks ago I had.
Oh, okay, that's as long as it gets. Okay.
This just happened a couple weeks ago.
No. I'm just just telling you the length of my hair. My mom says that I look like Tarzan, boy. Like I look like Tarzan with the hair.
That's not a bad thing. I mean,
yeah. Do you ever just grab her and throw over your shoulder and just like
no
out of the building?
Oh, jump out the window and
start beating the chest. Yeah.
Where's that?
Maybe just tie your string up in one of the chandeliers and just like swing
around. Yeah. That's pretty good. All right. Well, sounds like you're living it up.
Probably would be pretty kick ass if you went to like this big like ball somewhere and just broke out the whole Tarzan get, like where you just swing on chandeliers and stuff.
Tyler S says that Lexar stories made him hard.
Awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, that's very
good. So
once
these strip clubs open up in my area, and I'll be able to go to them, I'll have more stories to share.
There you go. Tyler's got something to look forward to.
There you go.
All right. Yeah, I was planning just to go to Boston and get a falafel. The pandemic's over, maybe this weekend, but
what is a falafel? What all exactly is in a falafel?
Chickpeas, garbanzo beans. That's what chickpeas are. Cilantro and onions, and you ground it all up, and then they fry it. It's got no meat in it. It does. I mean, it's not going to sound great if I explain what it is, but trust me, it tastes very good.
Okay.
Dip it in some hummus, mas. Good stuff. I haven't had Mediterranean food since before the pandemic. I'm missing it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping my favorite places are still open because a lot of places have closed during the pandemic. A lot of the clubs up in Boston, sometimes been around for decades, have closed up. Sad, but my two theaters, the Brattle Theater and Coolidge, Coolidge just opened and Brattle's opening in June, so that's very exciting. The two theaters that showed a lot of old movies, so I'm happy about that. Because it did look for a while that they would not be opening again. And the Coolidge has been there since the 20s or 30s, so that that'd be a shame if it would close down.
Mm-hmm.
So the 29th here, all the masks and everything was lifted.
Yeah.
4 days from now, so it'll still be up to the buildings. What they decide to do, but it won't be a statewide mandate.
Yeah, I think they lifted it here last week or so. I think. Yeah.
I assume like our grocery store will probably keep it, which that's fine by me anyway. But I'm sure a lot of other places won't. All right, Lexar, what were you about to talk about before we start talking about dirty deeds at the strip club?
So lots of interesting news in last week in wrestling after IYH got off the air. Lots of NXT releases.
That's true.
Probably some you never heard of.
That's
But
also
the three main ones is Drake Younger, the former indie deathmatch wrestler turned referee. He got released over political issues that he doesn't like share with other people about.
Yeah, but was it? I mean, he wasn't fired at the time for those.
Is he feeling like he was let go because of his political beliefs? Is that what he? Well, they want to tell him that that's it because they'd get their asses sued if they did that. But they would say we're letting you go because.
Well, I mean, WWE can fire you for any reason.
Yeah, I guess they can.
Employees.
But they wouldn't ever say because of your political beliefs, and then can you?
Yeah. But I mean, they fired a bunch. What I'm saying is they fired a bunch of people, and really the only reason anyone knows this guy is because some of these stories came out.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a former death match. I mean, normally firing an NXT referee would not be news to anybody. It wouldn't be like, wow, I can't believe this guy's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty low on the totem pole.
I'm not even sure who he is off the top of my head, but
yeah, I only know because of the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, I will say this too. No, regardless of your political beliefs, if your boss is there telling you about whatever, just sit there and listen to it. You get out and storm out, and you're nobody. It's probably not good for your career.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta have a sense about you when you can like open your mouth and say something. Like if you're Roman Reigns, you can probably like discuss this with Vince, but
yeah,
if you're nobody, just sit there and go, and then when you leave, you can bitch all you want about what they say. Just don't bitch to them or anybody who would go back and tell them. Like Steven.
But Velveteen Dream's a big one. You see, that's another guy that you would think because they even came out and said that they looked into the things and they didn't think there was anything to them.
Mm-hmm.
So you think if there was, they would have fired him or not ever used them again. So it's a weird one.
But it's a weird one because
he said about it, and I tend to believe him. And it's weird because you can't. It's really hard to sign someone who's accused of sending dick pics to underage boys or girls, any underage people. So I understand like you can't man, we can't sign this guy. But if there is no truth to it, it's how do you because I saw someone say, and I knew what they meant, but it's like he has to disprove this. But how do you disprove something if it just isn't true? Besides just saying this isn't true, how are you supposed to disprove it? That's really not how proof is supposed to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you could literally, when people say, even like Bigfoot, let's get away from what we're talking about just for a second. Disprove to me Bigfoot exists. It's like, well, you can't. How can you disprove, or any cryptoid does? You can't disprove that Mothman exists. That doesn't mean it exists, though. So you can't necessarily disprove everything you're accused of, but that doesn't mean the accusations are real. The idea is you're supposed to prove something exists.
I can prove the Mothman statue exists.
There you go.
I was there. I said this. There's a picture of me doing it.
I read his thing, and it was, if this is what happened, it's really sad because he said one night he's like, I'm gonna open up my DMs, and people would send, some people just sent trollish stuff, and some people asked for advice, and he replied to some of them, and was giving some wannabe wrestlers advice. And then they decided to make up stories that he was trying to, this is according to him. I have no idea. According to him, and some of these people decided to use like bits of that and then add other things to make it look like he was trying to hit up on him.
I guess the only way he could prove it is if he had the conversation. And
I mean, that's how it's not a secret. I have it up on the Without Your Hit page. I was accused of stuff, and I did just that. People told me not to say anything, but I had all the I had the whole conversation. So instead of just taking things out of context, I just posted the whole thing.
The whole thing, yeah, that's true. I mean, if he
that's a good point, though. If he had it, he could show the whole conversation and see what's actually there and what isn't.
But I do think WWE is leery about pushing him because he was getting a monster push at the time. I mean, he was the number one star on NXT, and then all of a sudden he's just out of it. So I think they just got cold feet on him just because of it, and that's really a shame. If he wasn't guilty of anything, you know. I mean, his career has basically been ruined because of these accusations. You know, if they're true, I mean,
they have. I don't think there's no question about it. They have.
Yeah. I mean,
and no one's gonna sign him. And I get it, but it's sad at the same time.
You don't think AEW would take a chance on him?
I don't think so.
I know one company that would, Vic. And that is Impact Wrestling. Go to Impact Wrestling, Velveteen Dream, and Impact Wrestling.
I think he'd be a good pickup for anybody, to be honest.
Yeah. Why not?
He does lots of charisma.
Stuff. I know Dan from the Boston Wrestling, Dan Maroney
of the Boston Wrestling.
I know he was pretty outspoken about like having issues with Velveteen Dream or Patrick. I think he said like he was warning WWE about him, like that he was kind of a problem guy based on his opinion, but he had some issues with him from what I heard.
Was it about sexual stuff with kids or
he didn't really say. This was during a Tony Atlas show, I think, and he was like talking about him, and he just said like he was kind of an a-hole.
Because I heard Meltzer talking, and it was very like he didn't go into any details. He just said about there was other things going on personality wise. So maybe there is something else.
Like he was hard to deal with, maybe.
I don't know. He did. It was really like coded and didn't explain. I hate it when they do that. When the news sites will like not say exactly what they're trying to say,
Which means that's one of their sources.
Yeah.
I get dirt from this guy.
Because there's somebody recently, one of the sites, was it Mitchell or no? Was it Bruce Mitchell? He's gone. One of those guys though, and he was like. It was this real convoluted thing about saying like that the Young Bucks and Cody and Kenny don't talk, but it was like this really strange wording of it. Like
I've wondered that myself.
No names, so I don't know.
I've wondered like it seems like something's going on there because why would Omega be doing Impact and not like they don't mention it on AEW hardly anymore? And
I think that the idea was to get from my understanding, they all do like their own angles and stuff. But Cyrus there, I think he's gone from Impact. So
that's what I heard. Yeah.
So I think the idea really was just to get Impact. I mean, just to get him from Impact.
So are they going to stop working with Impact? Maybe he'll be dropping the belt soon, or maybe he'll take their title, which would be really sad if he does. He's just like, keeping your belt, Impact. Sorry. That would be just like, oh, how could you do that? Just killing the company like that.
Connecting the audio. Anything else here, Mr. Butler, Boothalaire, Steve-O? Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you.
I'm here.
Excellent. Welcome.
I don't have any pickles for you.
Why not?
Actually, I do have a jar of pickles over here. They're soaked in I'll show you.
He hides them behind his bust, his Nosferatu bust or something, whatever that was.
They're soaked in moonshine.
Oh my goodness. Well, you can't have those then if
I
you don't
know.
drink anymore.
Jason sent them to me after I stopped drinking. I thought, what a weird present to send somebody who stopped drinking.
200 years from now, they'll still be perfectly preserved.
Sure. My brother hates pickles, so I can't get into him.
How can you hate a pickle? Pickles are.
I don't know. I see. I saw there's a meme that goes around now that they're like everyone has a group, one guy in there or one person in their group of friends who eats everyone's pickles, and I guess that is me because like my brother, like if we get sandwiches or whatever, if we go somewhere and my brother will even have me just take the pick off his plate because he doesn't want it to touch his food. And my mom's the same way. She's not that bad, but she doesn't like the pickle either. So I always get all the pickles.
Pickles are great.
I agree. I love pickles.
Mm-hmm. I like them.
Yeah, I have a
Now-
picture of me sucking on a pickle. It's up on my OnlyFans.
Now I'll say like one slice and I'm normally done, but like I'm not like looking to eat multiple pickles like Jack is here.
That sounds like perverted or something.
You know, I just like a little bit of pickle and then I'm done, you know,
Yeah, you don't want like a whole pickle shoved down your throat, is what you're saying.
like you do. Yeah.
Whoa,
Yeah, you gotta set yourself up for that one. You didn't realize it.
pickles are good though. I like pickles.
Mm.
All right. Well, so what were you about to say, Stephen? And then we'll get to Geraldine here.
We had a debut. We had a debut on SmackDown. Apparently, Shinsuke Nakamura has his own guitarist serenade or play his theme music to the ring, which I was really rocking out when that was on.
Yeah, they're like trying to get his theme music over again. So they have added a guitarist for Shinsuke Nakamura when he is going to the ring.
Really?
Yeah. He's got
I
a
did
weird
like that.
name.
He doesn't have the violinist.
You didn't like it?
I
didn't see
did.
it.
Oh, you did like it.
Oh,
Yeah.
what did? I'm sorry, Geraldine. I'm sorry.
So apparently his name is Boogs.
Boogs. Yeah, that was it. I'm Boogs,
Mm-hmm.
and I play the guitar.
And after a few weeks of
Oh my
vignettes,
goodness.
He looks surprised that pickle's going in his mouth.
You can see more photos like that on my OnlyFans.
See, you really need to do that shot with the mask on now.
Yep.
That'd be kind of creepy.
I don't know if it fits in there.
Oh,
Should
it'll
look-
fit.
Make it fit. Look at that. Oh, jeez. He loves doing that anymore. That's so creepy.
Geraldine likes it. So who is this bowler? Who did you say his name was? Booler?
Boogs.
Boogs?
Bueller.
Bueller. No, not Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
Einstein's money.
Jonathan Jackson, welcome to the program.
Double J.
Hey, just wanted to call in real quick because I'm feeling a little exposed.
Whoa.
Give me 1 second here.
What is your pickle out?
Oh, he's gonna put the. Oh, look at this!
Oh my goodness.
Booyah! Booyakasa! He has the official. Look at this. This is. Look at that. It's got all the classic monsters on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The mask from Slasher Man.
Mhm.
Great designer. Or
Great design.
slasherman.com.
Slasherman.com.
Awesome.
Well, thank you, JJ. That's sweet. I hope you like it. My mom
Oh.
just got her shirt.
That's a nice little gator. It's cool.
I like it. I need to get myself one. Very cool. I have the matching shirt. So if we're ever together, people will be like, look at the twins over there.
There you go. We could be milk chocolate in person.
Exactly. The new Dudley boys. Jackson, get the tables. Excellent. I love it. And now you're all safe. You're safe again.
Oh, yep. Plus, I'm in a white shirt gang with Lexar, so
All right.
double safe. Yeah.
I mean, this shit is getting over.
Nice.
Soon we're going to see like a wrestling crowd just full of white t-shirt.
Nah. It'll still be black shirts.
Still.
That used to be my go-to joke when I would do. I used to host panels at horror conventions. I'd like go to the crowd to ask for a question, and I'd say, "Hey, yeah, you with the black shirt." And that was my joke, since everyone had black shirts. It usually got over. More
Yeah.
so than here, but
You got to retire it now since you gave it away on the show.
that's true. I haven't done it for a while.
Yeah.
How many? I think only a couple here have black shirts. Me, Geraldine, Incher, maybe.
I got the Boss Baby on my shirt. Boss Baby.
Pillman. Oh, this is a true story, Incher. On TV the other day, an ad came up for the new Boss Baby, and my mom, she said that looks like Incher, and I was like, that's what he says.
The Boss Baby.
All right, Steven. Who's this guy? Butler or Bogues? Bugsy Bogues?
Bueller.
Boogs.
Boogs. He's rocking on the guitar.
So I guess Shinsuke is gonna extend his career somewhat. And he stole King Corbin's crown and his robe.
Mm-hmm. That was kind of funny when
That was
Corbin
kind of
like,
funny. Yeah.
he was like, "That's my crown." And he just keeps going on.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
For sure.
They should have gotten that singer who did his theme song one time.
I think they're trying to like get rid of the lyrics. I think they want people back to where they used to kind of chant the song. But now they're not going. They probably won't get back to that. They shouldn't have ruined it while they had it going.
I like the lyrics.
Excellent.
And as I mentioned earlier, Monday Night Raw was so boring, I fell asleep.
Yeah.
It was just a repeat. It was just like, if you hadn't seen it, if you missed Monday Night Raw this week, you didn't miss much, because you could have just watched last week and saw most of the matches, or maybe the week before and saw most of the matches again.
I am with you on that. It was super boring.
Wait, you watched Raw twice on purpose?
No, you just watched multiple episodes of Raw and saw the same matches on every episode.
Oh, okay.
I would probably have to
more repeats.
Like if you watched like Raw twice, it'd just be like, and he gave me like a good explanation why you did. It's just like, oh my God, how could somebody do that? You know, it's just like watching Raw twice. It's tough enough one time through. I could understand fast forwarding through it, but just once.
Oh, you watch the same show twice?
That would be hard to do, wouldn't it? Real hard.
Man.
Speaking of rematches, we're getting another one next week with Drew McIntyre against, what's his face?
Kofi.
Yeah, Kofi Kingston. We're getting a rematch next week.
It's kind of lame.
How many times are we going to see Drew McIntyre and Lashley together?
Oh, I'm sick of it. It's like, put somebody else.
As many times as it takes.
Just do Lashley and Kofi. Why is it got to be a three-way?
That's true.
So I predict somebody should cost Drew the match and have Kofi win. So that way you send Drew off to do something else.
I wouldn't take the belt off Lashley right now. It's a pretty hot character.
Lashley's.
Are you liking Lashley now, Jack?
A bunch of women accompanying to the ring.
Oh, I liked it. I think it's been the best use of him in the Hurt Business.
Yeah, but the Hurt Business is no more.
But you still have MVP with them.
It is good. A good pairing with MVP.
Yeah. Geraldine, what have you been? What happened in wrestling this week that you were into?
I was pretty much into NXT today. It was pretty good.
Oh, nice.
The Taya Valkyrie, it was her, her debut on NXT. It was pretty good.
Oh yeah. What's her name in NXT? It's like
Frankie Monet, I
That's it. Yeah.
Frankie Monet.
It's going to be hard for me to stop calling her Taya Valkyrie. So
You had the same name since AA. Like it's always been Valkyrie, and now she changed her name. But I'm pretty sure she will be champion there, and then she will go up to like Raw or something.
yeah, that's good for her. I'm glad she's getting a shot on the big stage.
I'm drinking my Komodo Dragon coffee, by the way.
Mm-hmm. She was trained by Lance Storm, I believe, wasn't it?
Oh, she was.
Yeah.
Did those coffee beans get pooped out of a Kimono Dragon's ass?
They did not.
Okay.
I've not drank my poop coffee. Now, if you know this, Geraldine, but Jason Mitten sent me this coffee. It's the most expensive coffee you can buy in the world. And the way they get it is it's pooped out by like this weasel or something. And then,
it's pooped out. I think it's by a sloth.
And I just can't bring myself to try it.
Why you haven't tried it yet?
I don't feel the need to drink something that was pooped out of an animal's body.
Just try it and see what it tastes like.
Yeah, it might be like licking Bailey's booty hole.
It could.
Lexar
is all excited now. When I read about it, it said it has like a musky taste, like a musty taste. It's like this does not make it appealing.
Huh.
I think I might put up on my a GoFundMe, see if I can raise the funds to.
Now, how much would you all give to see Jack drink the poop coffee? But what if he likes it? This is kind of like the hot tub debate with me. I wanted some money to get into the hot tub, but I wouldn't do it. And you're like, you're just going to enjoy yourself. But
exactly. That's a little different than
enjoy
drinking
yourself with your poop coffee.
That's the thought process I had when I tried Rocky Mountain oysters. Because I was like, I ended up not liking them. But what if I really liked them? Then it'd be like, holy shit! Now I always have a craving to eat bull testicles. And then it's like everywhere, and then it's like, no, how many pieces even have them? And then like, do I want to just be eating balls all the time? But
do you think you would be looking at like a bull's testicles and you'd be like,
exactly, really hungry? If you've ever seen them uncooked, they're not a pleasant sight. They've got like these veins in them. And...
That's just so insulting to the bull, though. I mean, like the bull, he's just going on about his day.
Probably cutting them off and deep frying them is probably more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're like taking them, cutting them off, then deep frying them, and they eat them.
Yeah.
Just look at this bull.
All the meanwhile, the bull's just watching, like, God damn it.
Well, yeah. Well, what do you think they make the bull watch? That would be like they bring the bull to your table and like enjoy these balls while the bull watches you.
That would be a funny dining experience with this bull thrashing around trying to kill you, and you're just
exactly.
Tastes
so there
like
was
sand, sawdust. Isn't that how you said it tasted? Like sawdust?
It tasted like wet, damp sawdust. That was like the consistency of the Rocky Mountain oysters.
Do you think
the Black Stories here? We went to a horror movie convention in Atlantic City, and part of that is they had something bites. I forget what they called it now. But anyway, it was all weird bites, I think. So it was all these weird foods. They had ants and lollipops. They had Rocky Mountain oysters. They had beef tongue tacos. They had heart pie and all these things. So I was trying them all, and it was like an actual, like some renowned chef, and it was up like in one of the casinos in Atlantic City, and it was up in like this tower. So it was like in this it was in this fancy restaurant, and the guy like stood around and said who he was and explained all stuff. And so they paired us off. So it was me and Annabelle, and they had us sitting with this couple, and I was probably intoxicated because I used to drink a lot back then, if you guys didn't know.
What?
And so we're at the table, and I was like, I'm going to, since there were testicles, And so it's a fancy restaurant. We're with a couple we don't know. The chef is there roaming around. So I took the testicles and I started to teabag them at the table. And everybody's just kind of looking at me. But I thought it was the height of comedy. Then we were recording it, and she missed me eating it. So then I'd eat another one to get on video, and then the video was lost anyway. When
in the video game world, teabagging is used as a way to humiliate somebody for being bad at the video game. But does it lose its effectiveness if the balls have been removed and then deep fried and everything? Is teabagging not as bad?
Yeah.
No, because then it's tasty.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, these are not good though.
So
So
Jonathan
anyway,
Jackson says
get on to teabag.
He disagrees with you. He enjoys them.
Oh yeah, a deep fried tea bag, man, so delicious.
I do like tea bags, but I don't like bull testicles. They're not good.
You like tea bags? You said
yes.
Oh, my goodness, never knew this about my co-host.
Learn something new every day.
All right. So what else is going on here?
Stuff. I didn't get to talk about New Jack's passing, but that was very sad. He had a heart attack. Where was he? Was he at home?
I think he's at his home.
Oh, okay. I knew he did like a one of those virtual meet and greets pretty recently with Dan Maroney, Dan whatever his name is from the Boston Wrestling, and so I was hoping he wasn't like still out in Boston. I was hoping he at least passed away when he was at home, but that's very sad. Very good for our show. He would come on and give us great interviews.
Yeah, he was great. He was some of the most fun interviews. In fact, that was, I think, the first interview that Vic did a recap for.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on the CD I produced for Duckman.
Hang on, I got it right here.
You can hear me on that track a little bit at the end. They included me because they said when I was talking to New Jack, I sounded like the whitest man alive.
That's too funny.
That's why you're one half of milk chocolate.
That's true.
Maybe we can see it better without the glare. But...
the spotlight that.
Yeah, there you go.
Duckman for President Day.
There is New Jack.
Artwork by The Flea.
Mm-hmm.
New Jack did the track for us. Very cool.
Is this CD still for sale? Is it?
No,
for sale?
I don't have any left.
Oh man, so this is a rarity right here.
Yep. I just have my one copy left, my own.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, New Jack. We had on the show I think 3 times and did the CD for us.
When he wanted to talk about his newfound whenever he learned about Brian Hot Knobs in a certain area of his.
Right. The news broke here on In Your Head.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then he texted me the picture afterwards. So people don't know the story. Brian Knobs sent New Jack a picture of him mooning New Jack. But he didn't just moon New Jack. He spread his butt cheeks open for, I don't know why people do this, but so he spread his butt cheeks open and sent this picture to New Jack. Uh-huh. And Brian Knobs, not allegedly, because I saw the picture, has a very large butthole. Like it's almost like a gaping butthole. And so, New Jack noticed this and decided he should tell everyone. So who better to tell than In Your Head?
Exactly.
And it kind of blew up after that. And he texted me the picture and became a thing. I sent it to a few people, I believe. Maybe I'm the reason it got leaked out to the world. I don't know.
Maybe. It was like,
but if Brian Knobs hears us and he's pissed, it was actually Injury did that.
No, it wasn't.
Did you put the IYH logo over his butthole?
I should have.
That would have been awesome.
I think I did Photoshop like one of the listeners like climbing out of it once because it's like a cave.
it's probably me.
It was weird though. You know how like they used to take bite impressions?
Uh-huh.
Do you think if they did like an impression of Hulk Hogan's thermos, if it would match identically to Brian Knobs?
Wait a minute, brother.
I'm just putting it out there.
Jack.
But Knobs a good guy too. He's a good man.
The Ultimate Warrior A&E documentary was pretty interesting to watch.
I didn't see it.
It was pretty interesting because they had like footage of whenever he had to apologize for being mean to like a kid at the airport. And it was just
really
interesting to see that because he was like, what do you want me to fucking apologize for, Vince? I don't understand it. I didn't do nothing. And it was pretty interesting to see. So and I was super surprised that they actually did go into the whole thing he said at the university. The university.
Yeah.
And they went into that stuff. You know, the whole remarks that he made that was definitely get you in super hot water nowadays. But
even then, I mean,
they asked his wife about it, his widow, and she didn't really, I don't know, she seemed pretty stunned that they asked her at first, but she eventually started commenting on it. And
I thought this was a WWE. This isn't the WWE one, is it?
I don't know. Maybe they wanted to beat the Dark Side of the Ring to do it and say like, you know, they're relying on him not going into this topic, but they actually did go into it.
So did they bury him like the Macho Man one? I actually haven't watched any of these. I mean, there's you got to be fair if you're doing a documentary.
I want to say they buried him. I would say it's hard not to bury somebody though if you're going to bring that topic up.
Yeah, but he said it.
He did say it.
I'll be honest, I don't think he's a good guy, so I don't think he's a good human. He was a good person.
There was other things in the documentary, like where he would have Christmas and he would write down on the girls' cards like what they need to improve on throughout the year, and it's like,
what the hell?
It's fucking Christmas, you know. It's like,
Well,
you got to be an asshole every day of the year. I mean, could you just let this one slide? So yeah, he wrote down like, I was like, good God.
Got to keep kayfabe, brother.
I guess so. I mean, even with his daughters for Christmas. I mean,
I remember Disco telling the story. That was so fascinating. He said like when so if he'd get a craving to eat like sweets or something, he would like buy a cake or bake a cake, whatever, but he wouldn't taste it because he would never eat sugar, but he would just take it and like inhale it and smell it and then just like throw it away.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah. I think wouldn't that make it worse? I think like smelling that would like make you want it more.
Yeah.
Not like, you know, that would be the end of your cravings. I don't think that would like, you know,
yeah,
no, I don't eat anymore.
I would think that would make you want to just dive right in.
Yeah, if you smell like good food, it makes you want to eat it.
You jack the cake into the next universe.
You think you ever punched it? He was just like, I hate you, cake, for making me want you.
Yeah, then he wrote down a list of things the cake can improve on throughout the year.
Less carbs, get rid of the flour, get rid of the sugar. Man.
Yeah. So if you're like the garbage man for the Ultimate Warrior, you'd be cleaning up. You get these fresh cakes coming through and stuff.
The only other person I remember that did sort of like that was Mr. Frost, I think is the name of it. It's a movie about he's the devil.
Mr. Frost.
Jeff Goldblum. And he would bake all this stuff and then he would just take like a Polaroid picture and keep it, then just throw it away.
Like a character or like actual Jeff Goldblum?
Jeff Goldblum played the character. He played the devil in the movie.
Okay, so this is a fictional person.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever find out if he really is the devil or if he just thinks he's the devil. But that was his deal. He would bake like these real like beautiful cakes and food, and then he would just take a picture of it and keep the picture and throw away the food. So what I'm saying is maybe the warrior was actually the devil.
Brains Heenan saying JR smoked the chocolate cake. I guess because JR likes to smoke everything, like in his barbecue grill.
Oh,
yeah.
I've never smoked cake. I smoked lots of things. I like smoked stuff myself. All right. Should we get to these? Anything else, my friends, my pals, my compadres, before we get to these questions?
I haven't
Yeah,
watched
real
any
quick.
wrestling.
The ending of Raw was the women's tag team championship match between Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler against Natalya and Tamina. And pre-match, Shayna Baszler told Reginald to stay in the back. You know, he hurt his limbs, but Reginald show up anyway.
Well, he got burned up by fire, and
Yeah.
he was like he was pretty much a foot away from the fire. So yeah.
So Shayna Baszler got pissed. They lost, and so she like challenged him to his face. Shayna Baszler against Reginald, 1-on-1 next week.
Man,
Heck yeah.
that could main event WrestleMania. Shayna Baszler.
But they're
versus-
giving it away on this show.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Good thing I fell asleep during that. Yeah.
I could not find a picture of the bull testicle on my Facebook, but this was another time. If anyone is interested, we'll get to questions.
He has multiple
I did,
testicle photos.
I did teabag food.
What is that?
Yeah. It was like some kind of, I forget, cheese balls or something. I don't know. It was some type of ball food, but it wasn't actual testicles. It was just kind of the go-to thing if the food is ball shaped.
Cheese balls.
So you could tell I'm
Please.
a great
Dollar.
comedian.
Cheese balls. I just
Man,
pulled this out of my
wash
garbage
them
can.
off.
Sponsored
Don't
by
eat them out of
Planners.
the garbage.
Yeah. Like my garbage is right here.
Is that where you keep your food, in the garbage can?
It's empty. There's nothing in it.
I just
There's a
got,
little something in it, but
I just got a picture here about Insure.
oh, you don't need to show pictures about
Insure's the
me.
song, man.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Oh, finally, somebody other than me posted on this.
Looks pretty
I'm
good.
always the reoccurring theme in these pictures, though.
No,
Just me.
there's the Brian Knobs picture
Yeah.
Jesus.
sent by New Jack from the grave. So there you go. It was cleaned up for YouTube.
Yeah, that's clean,
Didn't
all
you
right.
tell that story while George South, you were interviewing George
Yeah,
South?
we
and
had George South on, and he called in during the interview to tell us all about it.
That's
That
right.
was very
He
awkward.
was actually on 4 times. He was actually on 5 times because he did that. And I think you were still on Without Your Head intro. He called into Without Your Head.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when we had Jessica Cameron on. It was very weird. He's just,
Oh, yeah.
he just starts like, oh, I saw on Facebook you had this white woman on the show. It was
Yeah, I
very-
remember that. I remember that now that you mention it.
I should cut those out and put them up on the YouTube. Those little bits.
That would be good.
Yeah.
It might get us subscribers, hopefully.
Probably get people unsubscribe. Every
Unsubscribe?
time there's a new show up, every week comes to Tuesday, there's like people unsubscribe. Then I start putting up a bunch of new videos. I won't say the hits go way up when I put up all these new videos, but people unsubscribe. It's very strange. Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
watch this stuff.
Dang. Come on.
All right. We'll get to these-
Like, subscribe, hit the bell.
hit the little bell icon. Not the
Mhm.
internet icon, but the bell icon.
The bell icon. And then go over to 1 Inch Biceps YouTube. Like, subscribe, and hit the little bell icon.
I think that's why you're losing the views. Stop plugging the 1 Inch Biceps YouTube.
On this show, just keep it on my own channel.
Like
I thought the association with the show would help me on my channel, but oh well.
like my barbed wire armbands.
Yeah, that's pretty slick. Yeah, look at that.
I just wrapped them in barbed wire.
Inspired by Nick Gage.
Exactly. Urias Tosh wants to know, what's the first wrestling show you ever attended?
Oh, that was
SmackDown.
SmackDown.
I
Interesting.
think it was a WWF house show when I was a little kid. So I remember holding up a
Same.
Brutus the Barber beefcake sign, just like
Really, the
poster.
beefer.
Like because like they used to do that on TV all the time, and then they'd show it in the crowd, and
Yeah.
I thought they were filming or something, but I was just a dumb kid.
Yeah. This was this last week, wasn't it? The first show I went to was actually a King of the Ring, but before they were pay-per-views. If people don't know, I know I said this on the show, but they used to be an annual New England house show before they became a pay-per-view. And it was either 86 or 87. It was the year Macho Man won. He beat King Kong Bundy in the finals. Very cool show to go to. It was in Rhode Island. Anyone else remember their first wrestling show?
I do.
Mine
Oh,
was
go
a.
ahead.
No, you go ahead. You, me?
You go ahead.
Okay, mine was a WWF house show, WrestleMania 10 Revenge Tour in Madison Square Garden in 1994. But although I want to
Year I
say that was my
graduated.
first because I don't remember that much from that show, except from Lex Luger and Bret Hart cutting promos, because WWF had another house show later on that day. Also, I remember was the Head Shrinkers and Doink and Dink. I don't remember that much. I would like to say WrestleMania 20 was my first one. I wish it was, but no, it wasn't. It was a WWF
Lie
house
and
show.
say it is. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Unless
I
you're the
remember-
most honest man in podcasting like me, then I never tell an untruth. Never embellish the truth.
I remember more things from WrestleMania 20 than that WWF house show.
Yeah, I'm thinking about my house show. I can't remember one match.
Brutus Beefcake even there, or you
I
just
think
bring
he
this
was
on?
coming out when I held up the poster, but
What was the first one Vic went to?
First one Vic went to.
Strangler Lewis?
My dad had a. No, it wasn't Strangler Lewis. What was
Uthez?
no. My dad had an old Navy buddy that lived in Houston, and we went down to visit him, and they were big wrestling fans. So they took us to the matches down there, and it was, I think the main event was Superstar Billy Graham against Rocky Soulman Johnson.
Nice.
Wow.
And Jose Lothario was on the card. And somewhere I still have the program if I could find it.
oh, that's awesome.
That's pretty sweet.
That was the first house show I ever went to.
Geraldine, do you remember who was on the SmackDown you went to?
Yeah, it was that time that Eddie Guerrero and Kurt Angle was filming.
Oh, nice.
I think it was.
Oh.
You know, I'm from South America, so they don't go there. So I went to a show. It was in Houston, Texas.
Oh, very cool.
I flew all the way there, and it was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
I'm a big Eddie fan.
Mm-hmm.
I love him. He was so nice.
Lies, he cheats, he steals.
Hell yeah.
JJ, do you remember your first show?
Actually, it was pretty recent. I'd say probably a house show about 2 years ago. So
Yeah, you just
nothing special, you know. I can't say I was at WrestleMania 1 like Lexar, but you know.
You get to see Heath Slater.
Oh yeah, there was Heath Slater.
He's a one-man band.
He was no, it wasn't even one man band at the time. He was just Heath Slater. And who was he feuding with? Zack Ryder. Yeah, that hot feud.
Classic times. Steven.
No, it was a really bad show.
Yeah. Steven, how about yourself?
I was just trying to think as you were mentioning this. I think my very first live show was at the Pavilion on the Stampede grounds in Calgary, Alberta. It was a Stampede wrestling show. I remember that Harley Race was the NWA champion. He defended it against Archie the Stomper Goldie, the Mongolian Stomper. And he cut a promo. I remember him cutting a promo before the match, and I was way in the back, but I could see the shiny gold belt over Race's shoulder, and that was the NWA title. And I knew, even from, these seats were far, far away, but you could see that's Harley Race. And later on, when I was walking, I'm not sure. I think I was walking to the concession, and I saw this guy walking. He looked like one of the wrestlers in the trunks, and I was looking at him, and I think that's Harley Race, the
That's
NWA
awesome.
champion. And like a lot of these guys, you'd later see in WWE, like Benoit. I think Owen Hart was still there. But yeah, you'd see these guys I'd always see on television, and there they were live and in living color, and that was a really big thrill for me at the time.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
awesome.
Yeah.
Big fan of Harley Race. He's been on the show. Dobbs Dean Maya wants to know, if you had to marry the last person you had sex with, would you be happy? It's a weird question.
My goodness.
That is so not wrestling related.
Man,
We
guess
get a
I'm
lot of
gonna-
those on this show.
I have to propose to Incher.
Oh,
Get down on one knee. Come on now.
It's usually you're the one that's usually getting down. Oh, I see what you're saying. Stephen Butler. I'm just joking. Once WWE starts live shows again, including Monday Night Raw, will you watch more wrestling on television? See, this has come up. I personally do think it adds to the program on television when you have a live audience there that's interacting and reacting to things. So I do think it's more likely I will watch more wrestling on TV when there's an audience there.
And it's coming, so
yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
Dobbs Dean Maya. Can R-Truth be saved from his joke of a persona? I don't think it's too late.
I don't think so. It's too late.
Yeah.
Plus, he's in his 50s. I mean, I don't know what he could really do at this point. Honestly, at this point, it's probably good for him that he has this, because at least he's still on,
That's
doing
true.
something.
I figured at one point they would just make him into an agent,
At one time, honestly, when he was the Truth, he in Impact and TNA, I did think he was he's great, but he hasn't really been that in a long time. But I mean, he's got his role. Jonathan Jackson, did Intra miss the show last week because he spent the night in the drunk tank?
No, I haven't touched the stuff in years. I want to do that.
You got some pickles here.
I like just one pickle, Jack. Just one.
Not pickle.
Just one. If you're giving it to me, I'll take the pickle.
I'm gonna be jerking my gherkin. Jonathan Jackson, when did you travel past the end of flat Earth? Is there a wall, or do you just fall off?
I think you just fall off.
See,
Like,
they say the flat Earth. So they say, so think of it as a pizza, a big pizza. So the oceans are like the sauce, and then the continents are like the cheese and the toppings, just kind of floating on the sauce.
Mhm.
And then Antarctica is the crust, and it keeps everything in from just falling off into the outer space.
Now, this is totally illegal, but wouldn't it be fun to like abduct AJ Styles and start sailing on a boat and tell him that you're going to the edge of the earth?
He just freaking out. He's like, "No, we can't do it. NASA's gonna shoot us."
Just to see if he freaks out or he just says, "All right, man. I know I'm full of shit when I'm saying this."
Yeah, I don't know if
I'm gonna get one of the two.
Lexar's a flat earther.
I mean, and you got to be committed to it too. You got to keep sailing and just sailing and just sailing and saying we're going to get there soon. Until
So AJ Styles, that the way he travels around the world wrestling for many years in Japan, what would he think is a flat Earth?
That's what I can never understand, because Shaquille O'Neal also is a flat earther. And anyone who spends a lot of time flying, I don't know how you think the earth is flat. I mean, once you're up there, you can see the curvature.
yeah, and like it's just like a plane that takes off from New York and it lands in like
This
I
is
don't
my
know.
big question too. what do they think
California.
anyone's getting out of it? Like, why would you even keep it a secret? Like, what would be the benefit of telling everyone the Earth is round if it was flat? Like, to even have a conspiracy, there has to be some there's got to be a reason. There's got to be some type of benefit. But why would it benefit anybody to just lie?
There's something behind the Antarctica crust that NASA doesn't want you to see. That's what it is.
You know, NASA would have had to have been around for like thousands of years for this to happen.
No.
Not like 50 years. Jonathan Jackson, have you been chipped? Oh, I have. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks since my second vaccine, so I guess so.
You've been chipped. I had a sticker somewhere. I've shown it several times. There it is. I'll get it again. Just to, always do my thing here. So, yes, I have been chipped. I have been assimilated.
Good man.
I am now part of the robot beings, known as the Covitrons.
Vic Schiavone, any thoughts on John Cena bending over and dropping his pants for Red China? So there's a video of him apologizing because he said Taiwan was a country, so he's asking for forgiveness from China.
Mm-hmm. Do they really get that offended that he just made an error like that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yes. Well, I mean, it caught when the guy who was with the Houston Rockets of the NBA, I think he was one of their office guys, made the comment, or he retweeted something in support of Hong Kong, I think it was, and they withdrew so much. I had no idea China invested in the NBA this much, but it was so much money they said it was going to affect the salary cap. So yeah, there's a lot of money involved. They have a lot of.
And that's where
I still think he's a weenie for apologizing, though.
The movies he makes, I mean, that's where they make their big money.
Yeah. Yeah, he does make a lot of money there for the Fast and Furious films. I know that's like where they sell the most, from what I hear. I believe it because when I have no interest in watching a Fast and Furious movie.
Yeah, I've never seen one. I know
like zero.
Jackson's big on them, but
Jonathan Jackson, do you like him?
Only in China.
Only in China.
He flies to China to watch them. Brian Matthew Clutter. Actually, one of the theaters I go to in Boston, it's in China. Well, it's next to Chinatown, and I've seen it's cool because they do show a lot of like weird movies, Chinese movie or Asian movies, and what I've noticed though, so there'll be like 12, theaters in the theater, and the ones that show the Chinese ones are always like so hot. Chinese people must get cold easy.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, that has nothing to do with anything. Brian Matthew Clutter, why did Incher wish my wife a happy birthday a few months after her birthday?
I thought I saw it on the news feed that it was her birthday.
You saw it on the news?
Yeah. Why is he asking this on the show? Isn't he supposed to be my young boy? Shouldn't he come to me in private and ask me this?
Gotta keep him in line. If Dobbs or
he's the worst young boy ever.
If Dobbs or Mitten would talk to me like this, good Lord,
I'm going to get my belt and I'm going to give him a beating.
Hot damn.
It'd be better if it wasn't a cloth belt, but
yeah. Take my belt off for you.
Let's see. I got a belt here.
Yeah, give him the buckle.
Make it a Yappa Pie Indian.
Brian Matthew Clutter, if I wish your wife a happy birthday, it's her birthday. You understand me?
That's how you do it, Incher.
Yeah. I didn't want to bend my belt that much. I'm a wimp. Oh my God. Oh, I'm sorry we even approached this topic. He's so creepy.
Let's see here.
I hope Luke Harper's kid doesn't take up your creepiness factor. Like I hope he doesn't start
-10?
Yep.
Or -1?
-1 or whatever. Yeah. Wouldn't it be awesome if they just had like he could like transform into like a wrestler? Like when he gets so mad, he's like, "You
That would be good.
idiots!"
Like I said, they should do with Big Cass and Edge.
Uh-huh.
They could do it with him and somebody. That would be good.
And like he starts, "You wouldn't like me when I'm angry," and then he goes behind like a changing curtain. He's like, and he comes out and he's this huge guy, and then
I
he
love
goes.
it.
That would like an Incredible Hulk gimmick.
Get
Just
another
you can't call it the Incredible Hulk because
right.
Marvel will
Yeah,
see
you
you.
just totally ripped off my gimmick the other week, but I totally
Yeah.
works. I approve. Yeah.
I probably wasn't listening, and I just had the same idea, or I just ripped you off, and I'm trying to pass.
Oh my gosh.
See, Lexar, you opened your mouth, and this is what you get. That's what you get, Lexar.
I didn't say anything
What?
until now. I didn't say anything.
Oh,
Yeah, you said, "Thank God it wasn't me," and that just
please.
you can't say that.
That was a couple segments ago.
Now it is you, Lexar. It is you.
Oh, yes.
man. Well, you guys
Well,
look
I
like a
got my
nice
own-
couple.
It takes
got
it
my-
take. Oh, what do you
What?
got there, Lexar?
I
Is
got
that
my
your uncle?
own Akil Callahan questions. Like,
All right,
so-
let's hear them.
Okay, so what would Jack do on Wednesday now that the NBA is postponing AEW Dynamite? What are you going to watch on TV?
Tomorrow
NHL.
night, live on Without Your Head, withoutyourhead.com. Go over to YouTube/Without Your Head, or you can go to withoutyourhead.com/live. Barry Bostwick, I will be talking with. Me and Trista Robinson will be interviewing Barry Bostwick of Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's what I'll be doing Wednesday night, 7 o'clock.
Pretty
It's going to be a good time.
All right, so would Incher get help from Ric Flair to help pay for his car auto insurance?
Woo!
I guess he could call up the general for me, and he could help me with getting me some car insurance. Woo! And he beat up LA Knight on the commercial. It's like, what the hell? I like LA Knight. Why is he beating up on LA Knight?
Oh.
LA Knight. Yeah, dummy.
What else do you have for us, Lexar?
Will Jack wear the Ultimate Warrior or Surfer Sting face paint? for that show?
I like Sting better, but
Surfer-
Warrior Space Paint's pretty cool. But I'll go Sting. I'm more of a Sting fan.
Yeah, but it cannot be like it must be Surfer Sting or the.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll do it. You want me to do it next week? Just paint my face.
Right now.
If you want. Oh yeah, right now.
I don't have any paint
Take
on.
off your mask, just like do the face paint like we seen in that Ultimate Warrior documentary.
I don't
because
think I have
they,
any
like,
paint.
No, do it on the mask.
You got any markers or anything?
I have a pencil, a pen.
Hmm.
I've got some gum.
Sponsored by the Extra.
I've got this.
That's a head massager.
Or an ass tickler.
Just don't poke yourself in the eye. Yeah. There you go.
All right, what's the next one?
Can Jack drive a locomotive?
Nope.
You're fascinated with walking on tracks. Maybe you could drive one of those Amtrak locomotives.
Can't drive a. Oh, you mean? Oh, I see.
He's basically asking, are you an engineer?
Mhm.
Choo choo. No, I cannot. You want me to learn?
Whatever.
I
Yeah,
like
like-
walking the train tracks. You guys should stop being pussies and go walk down the train track. It's nice. It's
Is
fun.
there like a locomotive simulator game that he could have to figure out how to drive a locomotive?
Probably. They got similar games for everything.
Yeah, so he could probably get one of those.
Choo choo. Can you go run over people in the simulator?
Probably.
That's probably what Intra's doing, running people over, wishing they're me.
It's like, look at this idiot with the headphones on. He's gonna get it. Don't you move out of the way. Oh, he moved out of the way.
Geraldine, are you afraid of walking the train tracks like these Dre Brones?
Actually, pre-pandemic, when I was walking to my strip club, there was this abandoned this
Is that the
railroad
only
track.
place you go?
I go to other places. I go to the supermarket. I go to the grocery store. I go to downtown.
The strip club.
Yeah, the strip club. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, well, you go to those places to buy something so you can get a bunch of dollar bills than to go to the strip club.
That's
yeah,
true.
yeah,
They're all
yeah.
in the same strip mall.
Yeah, I go to the strip mall too. Anyway, when we used to go to the strip club pre-pandemic, there's this like abandoned railroad track
Mhm.
that was like it's kind of like a shortcut to go to the strip club. So I go to that, and then I go through a couple of
Yeah,
blocks
and
down.
you weren't shaking and afraid like Incher over here.
Oh, it's abandoned.
Does
There's
that
no
not
track.
sound like the perfect setup for a horror movie, though? Like Lexar walking down to the abandoned railroad track, and then like a ghost train comes along or something. That sounds like a good movie.
It's nice.
Lexar scared stupid. He's like, do like as a scared face. Do like a... there you go. Lexar, thank you. Get to work on it, Owl.
Yep, it's going on the next picture. You fell for it,
Yeah,
Lexar.
there you go. Thanks a lot, Incher.
That's true. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have did that because I know I'm going to be involved too. So,
Oh yeah, you too.
jeez.
Maybe
I'm
Jack too,
just like a
because
given though. Like I'm always involved.
yeah, you forgot about Jack because he also makes
Look at
faces.
that. Walking
And
down
here we go.
look, walking down the train track, having a good old time.
See, why doesn't Owl like Photoshop the train in behind and like Jack's head flying off or something like that? That would be good.
That guy's pretty
Too
hot
much
in that
effort.
photo, don't you think?
Uh,
Pretty sexy. Oh, that's me.
I can see you jerking it over there to yourself. Easy now, easy.
All right.
It's not that head it's for.
Well, how do you know? All right. What? Anything else on your list?
Yeah. One last question. Will Jack and Incher intertwine the podcast with Tony Schiavone and Aubrey Edwards podcast?
What?
Would
we
work with
intertwine
them
it?
for like
Yeah,
a crossover
combine
podcast?
your podcast with each other and talk about the world of wrestling along with the world of sexism, walking on railroad tracks.
You look there with the get the headphones on, listening to some music, walking the train tracks.
There's a ghost train back there too.
That's
Ghost
good.
train.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Until you get hit by a train.
Thank you, Lexar.
Oh man, Lexar.
Although,
wishing
did you
death.
just admit to walking on the railroad tracks? You said you were walking on these old railroad
Yeah, but
tracks.
it was abandoned.
How do
there's
you
no-
know? The train might fall out of the sky and start rolling on.
There used to be
the
near
heck?
the abandoned railroad track. There's a light rail station, but it was gated off for the last stop. So there's no.
You'll be fine, Lexar. Unless you're like wasted, like if you're like drugged out of your mind.
And
it's the
walk
only
on
way
the
it's
actual
gonna
railroad
happen.
tracks where a train is like using it.
You're gonna hear from like 2 miles away. Don't worry about it. All right. Tyler Stevens, if Incher really had to go to the bathroom and the only bathroom for miles was a public bathroom 100 yards down the railroad tracks, what would he do? Would you do the WV?
But this is unrealistic. They want to make like the only route to the bathroom down the railroad tracks. Probably just do like the bums and shit on beside the railroad tracks.
Yeah. Just drop trash, squat. You
Just-
really are afraid of these tracks, ain't you?
I know better. I know better, Jack.
Tyler Stevens, with John Cena trying to be a Hollywood blockbuster actor like The Rock, what current wrestlers do you think could play the lead in a movie?
Current wrestlers that I think could play a lead. Well, they're talking about The Miz possibly playing Johnny Cage in the next Mortal Kombat. He's getting that started. I don't know if it'll happen or not. What wrestler do I think could be a lead in a major motion picture? Probably a movie with Randy Orton where he always threatens to go to the papers if he has to.
Yeah, I like the Marine.
Could happen.
Or who would be like a good leading man nowadays?
The Rock.
No, I could be.
Oh,
I could see that.
he already is, though. I mean,
Easy
Roman
question.
Reigns.
The Rock.
Roman Reigns.
Paul
It's a
Heyman.
Jericho.
Paul Heyman would be a good penguin in a new Joker movie.
I think Jericho could do a good job.
I think he could do.
Jericho.
How about Igor from the Highlanders?
Igor from
Anybody?
which one is that? I don't even know which one he's talking about.
I'm not sure either. I don't know, and I just said it. Tucker, maybe that's what Tucker will go do.
It's possible.
This is a true story, unlike the bullshit intro talks about. I was at Walmart yesterday, and and the only wrestling figure in the whole aisle was one Tucker figure.
Did you instantly yell out, Tucker?
And I just pissed on it.
You pissed on it? You're in Walmart. You can't pull out your Johnson and do that. Who are you, Brian Pillman?
You weren't there to tell me not to do it.
That's who I'm going to say. Make
People
Brian
don't know them,
Pillman
like there's some ass
Jr.
man.
Make Brian Pillman Jr. the new Snake Plissken.
Hot damn.
Yeah.
Hot damn.
Because he's got the mullet.
Does have the mullet.
He's got the mullet.
Anyone here, Steven, you ever think of cutting the hair in the front a little shorter? Maybe doing a more mullety style, the haircut?
Oh no. You see here in Toronto, we've had the barbers have been shut down due to COVID.
That was here too.
So hardly anybody's gotten haircuts in the last year.
I could see Vic rocking a mullet.
I could do that.
Come on, Vic. Grow it out in the back.
I bet Vic probably did back in the 80s. Probably.
He's got a good head of hair. He could pull it
I
off.
may have.
You got any pictures of you with the mullet?
Phew. I'd have to look. Let me see. If I find one, I'll bring it next week. Okay.
Here's a picture of my brother with a mullet. This is my cousin over here. This is me in the middle with the pipe.
Why do you have a pipe?
I started smoking early. And here's my brother over here with the mullet. He had a pretty righteous mullet.
Rocking the Browns jersey.
Yep.
Lifelong Browns fan.
I've got a Where's the Beach shirt.
Where's the beach? Man.
My cousin Ernie.
Excellent.
All right. I have a couple other. Oh, here's another one. Troy with a mullet. He doesn't really have the mullet here, actually.
You never wanted to rock the mullet?
Not really. I guess that's not really a mullet.
It's kind of just long hair, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, California raisins on the shirt.
Yeah. Showing the time. I don't know. I think I do have a good picture of him from the 80s with a pretty sweet mullet. The other one you could see it, but I don't think I can find it. I think Alexa, before you cut the hair, you should let the back grow and then just grow out the mullet.
Yeah, but it'll just get more Tarzan-y.
Keep the top and the front short and then just grow out the mullet. Would have been pretty sweet.
Yeah, Tarzan never had a mullet.
Yeah. Jonathan Jackson, do black guys rock mullets?
Wrong hair texture.
You do like a Jerry curl. I
Nah,
guess. No,
There was
Can't see it
a
happening.
guy in my high school who did
that
rock.
was a quick turn. I was like, no. What incher?
There was a dude at my high school that did have one, and he was like one of the biggest Star Trek fans I ever met.
Really?
Yeah, like it was long in the back, and then he kind of had it like straight up on top, kind of like the not all the way up like the Kit and Play guy, but like a little bit up.
Man. Nope, not seeing a mullet. All right. Let's see here. 5 favorite comedy gimmicks in wrestling. Santino. I like Santino.
Santino,
Santina.
Damian Sandow.
Oh yeah, I like Sandow too.
Who else?
I'm a big fan of Orange Cassidy, if you consider that comedy.
Snitsky
Mm,
wasn't my fault thing.
yeah, not one of my favorites.
Akeem, the American Dream.
Yeah, African Dream.
Yeah.
The Red Rooster.
But was he meant to be a
I don't
comedian?
think so.
Comic gimmick?
Yeah, I don't think so. FBI and ECW.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Blue World Order. I like Disco Inferno too.
Yeah, that was good.
It's getting cold down here. Somebody want to come warm me up? I thought Geraldine was coming over. What's she doing? Tyler Stevens. Fuck, Mary, Kill. Lodi, Sick Boy, and Scotty Riggs. Damn, it's always like so
Dang.
dark.
I know. Well, Scotty
Riggs was
had
on
the clap, didn't he? Didn't he say he was always doing the clap in ECW?
He was on the show, so I'll bang Riggs.
Well, I'd marry him. I don't want to get the clap.
I'll marry Lodi because he makes cool signs. Yeah, that could always come in handy in life.
Mhm.
And I guess for this kill Sick Boy, he's already sick. He's already halfway there, Fuck it.
That's true.
Get him out of his misery, I say.
Bam.
Why is it so cold?
I don't know. It's kind of summer, isn't it?
Yeah, it was like really hot out earlier.
What's the deal?
Laquan Vanderpool Higgins wants to know, are you ready to bow before your queen, Amanita? I don't know who the hell that is. Who the hell's Amanita?
Beats me. You got me with that one.
Do you know, Geraldine, who Amanita is? Queen Amanita?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they don't know what the hell they're talking about, these people. It's
Well,
Keith.
I think she's the GCW Women's Champion or something like that.
Is that real, or did you just make that up?
I mean, it popped up on the post on Facebook.
Oh,
That's
okay.
all I'm going off of memory.
I thought you were just being a Weisenheimer, but you might have some
Mhm.
knowledge here. Is Keith Lee the universal title material in the modern era?
I think everybody is.
That's probably true. I'll be honest. I know I'm in the minority, but I'm not a big Keith Lee fan.
Mhm.
I don't like he's too calm. Calm people freak me out. It makes me nervous if people are real calm. I like the people on their edge. They look kind of weird, and freaky, and drink a lot of cotton. This guy's just calm and cool.
Well, keep your eye out for Steven
Like a
then.
grandpa or something. Well, I do think there's like a seedy underbelly to Steven and Vic. They're two like
Here we go again with the seedy underbelly.
well, Vic, I think Steven's more calm than Vic. Yeah, I mean, I could see Steven as like probably like a secret serial killer or something.
Look
Yeah,
at his
look at
face.
those eyes. You guys say I'm creepy. Look at that. Look. God, I'm having nightmares now. Don't wrestling. That's a weird word of question. Don't wrestling need the supernatural gimmicks like Abaddon and Fiend and Undertaker? I think it depends on the gimmick. I'm not against like all supernatural gimmicks, but you got to have them grounded in a little bit of some type of reality.
Yeah.
I actually like Abaddon, to be honest. Undertaker had some great stuff. Fiend did too. There was some of the vignettes I liked. I think some of the matches go a little too wonky for me. 4. When will Lance Archer grab the brass ring? I think they've been doing some good stuff with them. So
Yeah.
Give it another year.
Jonathan Jackson wants to know: would you slide dude bitch ass if he ran up reckless?
What?
Would you slide dude bitch ass if he ran up reckless?
I guess you got to.
I agree.
Good answer.
Got to do it. You don't want people thinking you're a punk. Tyler Stevens, when's the DJ Curly Bear album come out? So I guess he wants to know when the next one out because the other ones, went platinum. But yeah, I would like to get another one out, to be honest. Just not just foolish, not just tickling your balls. I'm like I really want to do this.
Wait a minute. Are you telling us that DJ Curly Bear is underneath this mask?
No, I'm his producer.
Oh.
You big fan of the DJ Curly Bear?
You betcha.
How about you, Lexa?
I would see it if I could believe it, but I would like to see like bear ears.
Bear ears? What?
Yeah.
It's not like a bear. It's not like a
Bear. So bear ears, bear hands. Mixing the CDs.
This is not the road that DJ Curly Bear wants to go down. We
Well,
can't
I
talk
rented-
about like maybe he's got to clean up the act.
Well,
Might get canceled today talking about the buttock. So maybe he'll just start being an actual like teddy bear. You might be onto something now I think about it. I'm gonna start writing some teddy bear raps.
Bam. Teddy
Tyler's-
Ruxpin's going to get jealous.
Whoa, fuck Teddy Ruxpin.
Oh my gosh, this is like the heat between Tupac and Big E. Biggie Smalls.
This is another true story. Before the pandemic, I went to my first ever street battle rap. This is not a spoof. It's true. It's in Boston, Cambridge. And I witnessed, Annabelle and I were walking around and we walked into a battle rap. And we took videos. It was pretty cool. And Annabelle was trying to get me involved in the battle rap. So I didn't. So I said I gotta need practice. So I was gonna practice, but then the pandemic happened. So anyway, maybe I'll start practicing and get in because they do it every month. It used to be an organized thing. Like it would happen every month. Everyone would get together and they had this battle rap. It was honestly, it was fun to watch. I've never witnessed before the battle rap. I mean, normally, growing up in sure, this. I mean, it's pretty common knowledge. When I was in the street, it was just, you're just throwing down.
Yeah.
It's violence. But now, this is good. This is progress. Now that's battling through raps. Like who can spit. Who can spit the rhymes. All right, Insure. So let's see here. Tyler Stevens says, Incher ever caught Jack being dishonest?
Have I ever caught Jack being dishonest?
I mean, this is probably the worst question we ever had here. Of all the bad questions, it's like, fuck. Lord. This guy's like questioning like
There was this one time
validity of the whole
at the Fan Fest where I was sleeping on the floor with my mattress. And I asked Jack, "Do you have another pillow?" And he was like, "No other pillow." And then I caught him with 3 pillows. 3.
Well, I like one for the. I like 2 under my head. I like my head a little high, and I like them a little raised. And I also, true story, I like to sleep with a pillow between my legs. It actually helps your back. I do have a slip disc in my back from years ago. True, and they told me I'm could be fine for the rest of your life. Maybe down the road you might need surgery. I don't know.
He said, "Maybe we can get one of those rocks from the flower bed for you, Incher." That's what
Then I
he
just beat you over the head with it.
He wanted that pillow between your legs.
You wanted to be the pillow between the legs.
No,
There you go.
no. Too many fries stuck in there.
We play a game, Incher. Go bobbing for fries. Tyler Stevens, favorite wrestling brothers. It's a good question. Big fan of
Favorite
LD
wrestling
Boys.
brothers. The Hardy Boys.
Good one. The Hearts.
No, that's a good one.
The Dudleys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good brothers.
Yeah.
Favorite female wrestler of the 1980s.
Oh,
Sherry
Mm,
Martel
yeah, that's what I was about to say.
and Medusa's. Medusa 80s or 90s? Guess 80s.
She might be 90s.
80s.
Did she start in the 80s?
Yeah, she was in the AWA. I remember seeing her in the
Yeah,
AWA.
Medusa Michelli. So yeah, Medusa and Sherry. Sherry never had a big run as a wrestler after the AWA because there really wasn't really a women's division, unfortunately. But a great manager too. So somebody who really, she was around today could have really done a lot because she not only was a good wrestler, but lots of personality. Tyler Stevens, favorite. Oh, we just did one. What wrestler has the coolest piece of merchandise? It's interesting.
The coolest piece of merchandise. Probably Bret Hart with the shades. That's a pretty good one.
It was a nice one.
Who else?
Like that severed head lantern of the Fiends.
No. Well, Al Snow had a head. Was that ever sold?
I don't know. I don't think you're allowed to sell it like some head at the arena.
In the back
Not-
alleys, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I think Jack had a pretty cool merchandise idea for the Boogeyman.
That's a good point. Never brought up on the show, but I have, talked about it in the DMs. I laid this down.
But these were ideas that actually happened, though.
True.
Is what he's asking the question about.
So we'll save this excellent idea for an upcoming roundtable where we'll pitch gimmick ideas, merchandise ideas. So I know everyone listening now is on the edge of their seats because this is some heavy duty stuff that only me and JJ know about.
Bootios.
Booty, that's a good one, Incher. Oh man, there's been a lot of pictures have come in here while we're lollygagging.
Nah, we don't need to see those pictures.
I don't know. Lexar likes them. He told me.
Lexar, do we need to see any pictures?
There you are, battling the Ultimate Warrior.
Uh-huh.
Incher refereeing.
I'm refereeing that
Oh
one.
yeah, you look like you're having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, what's this? Whoa, Nelly.
See, that's uncalled for. That's
Whoa, buddy. That's a little over the line.
Look at Vic. He's stunned.
I was stunned too. I've never seen such display of perverse
Terrible.
Vulgarness.
Was that you is that what you're doing at the strip club?
No, there's females there. They don't have penises. I'll be surrounded by tits and booty.
Yeah, but aren't there other guys there?
Yeah, but
Just think of this. Think of this next time you're there. Yeah, there's the TNA up on the stage. But all around you, all these guys, they're sitting around you all with raging hard dicks. You're in a circle of hard raging penises.
Now that you mention it, the club is kind of medium sized, but I could go somewhere else because
See?
there are tables
Put it into
scattered
perspective.
throughout the club. There's actually a few tables near the VIP section in the private dances. And you could
I'm
like,
a private dancer, dancing for money. Whole music will
There's a
do.
tune there somewhere. You need to work on that one, Jack.
and you could actually peek at the dancer, but you only see like the strippers' legs and the patrons' legs. That's it.
I think we need to see that pic one more time. I think he was helping out at the strip
No.
club.
There you
Yeah,
go.
No.
you're
No.
All right. Now that I know it's coming, I'll be more prepared. All right. Now everyone's prepared. Everyone's adults here. So take this. This is serious stuff. Don't be acting a child here. Just looking at this for, scientific purposes. Man, it's still
Lexar,
still creeping me out, Lexar, I gotta say.
this is uncalled for. This is terrible.
Man, I can't believe you did that.
And
Lexar.
you could blame the person who made the picture, or you could blame the person who is showing the picture to everybody.
What?
That would be
That would
Jackie.
be the Lord.
Jackie Jones.
Yeah, we should pull that mask
Well,
off
you
God
and
could
see all
blame
this
the person
thing.
who posed for the picture. What the hell you doing there, Lexar?
It's
It wasn't
Photoshop.
me.
Yeah, he did get goaded
Oh.
into making that pose by Incher.
Now I instantly feel bad.
now
I
we
didn't think
know
it
who's
would go
really to
that far.
blame.
I didn't think it'd go that far.
Hoots, bro. We gotta look at the DMs. There's a DM
hoots,
going
bro.
back and forth. He's like, "Hey, make him do this face," and you're like, "I'll do it. I know exactly what to do."
Let's see if there's any DMs between me and Owl. I don't think there is.
We could always investigate.
Nope, he's still
If
blocked.
if it's once said, then it's true for the rest of time.
He's still blocked.
All right. So where are we? So that was an
Questions.
interesting question. All right. If you could make a classic 8-bit Nintendo game, this is a weird question to go to after all this shenanigans. If you could make a classic 8-bit Nintendo game, beat 'em up like Double Dragon 2 or River City Ransom, what two wrestlers would star as player 1 and player 2, and what 6 heels would you choose as end level bosses? Well, it's interesting. I mean, we see the Slasher Man Gator right there, and it's amazing, 8-bit pixel artwork there, and there probably are games that he's talking about right now in the works as we speak.
How about Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior taking on Earthquake as like the first boss, then King Kong Bundy. That'd be another boss. Then the Road Warriors getting a proper introduction into a beat 'em up. Even though they were in Ninja Gaiden as bosses, but not officially. And then as the main villain, the Undertaker.
Oh yes,
The Undertaker and Paul Bear, that would be good too. Paul Bear could be like helping the Undertaker.
Oh yes. All right.
And Rick Rude. You could probably get Rick Rude in there somewhere. Have him as one of the bosses.
This is an interesting one.
Rick Rude would be a good super macho man, like before like the main boss. Maybe Rick Rude would be like kind of like in Mike Tyson's Punch Out, the super macho man role.
Right. Trying to find something quick here. How about Soda Popinski?
Soda Popinski, that'd be good.
Oh, here we go. Did you ever see these, Lexar?
I'm sorry, Lexar. This is not me. Okay, it's not that bad. That's
Guilty
good.
conscience.
These are legends of the Headyverse. We have George South, Ox Baker, Terry Funk, and Paul Bearer.
That's an appropriate photo.
See,
Appropriate.
created by these hands. I'll probably redo them at some time more of the style because I was just practicing at the time, but I still like this. This is a good question, Incher. What finisher did Jack use on Incher in the infamous hotel room when Jack destroyed Incher and put him out for the 3 count?
False. False.
I believe I gave him the Canadian Destroyer.
And I said
But
not
it
to
was
break
kind
it.
of like a Canadian Destroyer mixed with the old Eddie Guerrero move where he did the 3 rolling Germans. So I grabbed Incher, I gave him the Canadian Destroyer, and I flipped into another one and then into another one.
I don't
It was like
recall.
3 rolling Canadian Destroyers in a row.
Almost as good as Bad Bunnies.
There you go.
Peter Williams has the best Canadian destroyer.
You never seen mine.
I've seen him. In the early days of Impact Wrestling on
You've never seen mine,
Fox
bitch.
Sports. Oh,
He had a spy cam and he saw it.
I wouldn't doubt it.
you should do a videotape yourself of doing that Canadian destroyer on somebody else.
I can't. All right, Incher. Next time we're together, what about this? We videotape me just destroying you with moves.
You could do that.
You think that's a good idea?
That'd be a good idea. Yeah.
So I'm trying to find something.
Another photo.
There is. Oh, here it is.
You may need a
What?
mod for the chat room.
Why? I can't look at it at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Hold on one sec.
Isn't the guy who's busy photoshopping all these awful photos, isn't that one of his roles?
No, not in the chat. I don't think he can do anything.
No.
Look
There he is doing the body slam.
at this. Boom! Look
That's-
at that body slam.
Oh my gosh.
Devastating.
man.
Look. Boom!
That's excellent camera work too.
That's very true. Look, whoever caught that. Incher caught that. Just look at this. Well, look up in the air. Boom.
The guy never got up.
He quit. He never wrestled again.
I like the people that are just looking in to see
And
like
then
what's going on. And
then they walk away. If you watch the actual video, then they just walk away after.
Yeah.
Because they're so terrified. But boom. And people don't know this. Ed Gonzalez was 387 pounds and I just picked him up like he's nothing. Did you see that body slam, Lexar? It's pretty impressive, don't you think? You've never seen a man just body slam a man like that in a movie theater?
What Strength by Jackie Jones.
Exactly.
Well, boys, I gotta go.
I'm gonna fucking body slam you if you were here.
Watch out, Steven.
Right into that bed.
Oh, he's got the claw going on.
Oh man, freaking
Is it the
Baron
claw,
von
or did he
Steven
just
over
join the Dark Order?
Have a good night. I've
Good
got
night.
to tap out.
Nighty
I
night,
believe
Steven.
that's like a new documentary out of the Claw. It's about Baron von Raschke. This coffee's kind of got me pumped. This is Komodo bun. When do you think Laquan Vanderpool Higgins wants to know, Incher? Vic, Lexar, JJ. When you think the Acclaim going to be champ? I guess when do you think the Acclaim will be champions?
I don't know. I think it's going to be a little while before they actually
Yeah,
put
I
the belt
actually
on.
really like him, but I wouldn't push him into the just right away as champion.
Maybe the second and third show that AEW is going to get on TBS, maybe they'll have a different set of tag champs.
That's true.
It's possible.
Oh, they had an excellent line on the show last week when was taught. He's like, he said something to Moxley about his wife's oral
Give me.
sessions, and he's going like this. I was like, hell yeah, that's my kind of comedy.
It is a bad name. Oh,
I
well.
said it since the beginning. Is she trying to? She has to have known that it seems like she's talking about giving blowjobs.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Like, why would you? Why? I was just saying when you're female, but when you're anybody, why would you just name your show? It's like, come listen to blowjobs.
That's bad.
It's weird.
It's a good way to get listeners.
That's true, I guess. But do you keep listeners that way? Because look, this is my thought. This is what you should think about TNA too. So you tune in like, oh fuck yeah, look at this. Woo yeah, gonna listen to some audio blowjobs. And it's like, oh, she's just talking to this referee. Fuck this.
Yeah.
But then you're like, man, I really wish I could, watch or hear some interviews with TNA AEW superstars. What's this? Oh shit, this is a thing about blowjobs. I'm not watching that shit. So it pushes away people who would be interested in the content. And then people who are into the sleazy, dirty name, they're like, I don't want to watch this shit. Those fucking interviews. So I'm saying it pushes. That's how I thought about TNA intro. Because like people, you get the perverts. Oh yeah, I'm watching tits and ass wrestling. Then they'd watch it and just be wrestling. And then you'd have people like I might want to watch a Samoa Joe and AJ Styles. But what the fuck? TNA wrestling, I'm not some sick pervert.
Well, thank
The only
goodness
people you get is Lexar, who's a pervert and a wrestling fan.
they did change their name and everybody stopped watching.
That's true. Oh, I'm just saying allegedly.
Mhm,
Like,
mhm.
I thought TNA stood for Testing Albert.
No.
that would be sweet. The Tested Albert Alliance. Just a whole wrestling company built around two guys. One of them's dead. Brian Matthew Cluter wants to know, what are your favorite memories of the Voodoo Kin Mafia?
I guess Roxy or Laveau doing her like shuffle while
that's
she's going
pretty
down in the
sweet.
ring. That's about all I can remember.
They should come back for the Voodoo Doll stuff.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Laquan Vanderpool Higgins, would you like to see Mae Young get power bombed off a ladder through a table again?
Well, she's dead. You can't see that.
Bunch of
What's
weirdos.
wrong with him?
Okay. Oh, I gotta look over here at the group. You said something's going on here. Oh, I see.
The chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was not. I forgot. Way to get rid of this.
But yeah. Lexar, are you hanging in there, my man? You look kind of tired.
I am. I'm about to tap out.
Yeah, I can
Unless
tell.
they show like more photos of me.
Man, you're looking forward to this. You like the photos. I'll look quick. Let me look quick on In Your Head here in the group and see if there's any more.
For the previous one,
Am I boring you, boy?
the one with me wrestling with Warrior, that was okay. But the one that, when I did that thing,
Not cool.
You weren't into that. I kind of liked that one.
I know you would, because you're a pervert.
No, I know. I didn't even see any perversion in it.
I mean, look at that mask you're wearing. That screams perversionness. You're a pervert underneath that mask.
I believe one of us is running down to the jerk off hole, and one of us is not. With a bunch of other dudes. But anyway, here's a picture of you, Lexar, someone took. It's a nice one.
Mm-hmm.
With my old hair. But that was from last week.
Yeah, but how could
I haven't seen that one.
Picture from last week and have your hair from this week?
Strange.
Is this some type of Time Lord shenanigans here?
Looks like it.
How did he know you cut your hair and have a picture of it? Are you actually here live or are you a hologram?
I think that's from several months back.
I don't know.
Oh.
I want to see that photo again with Songman.
Jesus Christ.
Songman. That'll be much
Not
better.
just here for your enjoyment. Oh, you want to see that one? All right.
just to prove that,
This
you
is the
know,
last picture you want to see before you go to bed.
yeah.
Dream of
Just
this.
to prove it's not about all about me in these photos.
Why are you doing this, Lexar? I don't want this picture up. Why are you
Oh,
being mean?
I didn't realize that was intro.
Jeez.
Song man and intro
Thought it was
Jack
song.
though.
I am
Look at that
pretty ripped,
muscle.
though.
Ooh.
Pretty
Yeah,
ripped
you're
in
looking
that
pretty
photo.
buff, intro. You should be
Yeah.
happy about it. Lexar looks. Songman looked a little
Mhm.
surprised.
You know,
You should show that to him when he shows up in your head next
there
week.
is a rather large television screen behind me here. And I do have a computer hooked up to it. Perhaps if somebody would Photoshop some photos, maybe I could display them for everybody on the show. Maybe even the playing fields.
No one's
Mhm.
saying you can't. Yeah, rather large, number down here too. Can put it right on that. Is it true that Intra's insatiable and he can't get enough? And does he need to find a good boy enough to be loved?
Don't ask
I'm
slacks.
insatiable. I can't get enough. I need to find a boyfriend.
No. I'm good. I'm very happy.
You miss the days of just audio and you could hear that song for like 10 minutes straight between segments.
I actually do. I used to like a few of the songs that you used to play, but
Yeah.
not anymore. Can't do that.
We would play songs still on the show, but they get flagged and then
Instantly.
Al, because I think it would be fun too to get our reactions from songs on the show, like old weird wrestling. Al, would Intra rather fight Brock or suck a BBC while Jack put him in the Scorpion Deathlock?
Why are you even asking that?
I didn't know the question until I was halfway through.
Come on now. There's got to be something that processes a question before you
I said
ask
till
it.
halfway I was through. I try not to read them. I start reading them, and then boom.
At this point,
that's honestly true. That's how I read the question. Jonathan Jackson, what is your preferred pronoun? That's what I wrote. When I started going to my new doctor, that was actually on the list of questions. They asked what your pronoun was.
I prefer to be called just sire. My lord.
Al Lul, thoughts on all the picture ads for pubic razors during? Yeah, I noticed it, but then I noticed this today. It's not just on AEW. Because it's about the only show I watch. But I was I came home from my walk, and Dr. Pole was on, who's this animal doctor. And they were showing all these ads for these. It's just pubic razors, just nonstop. Everyone,
I don't think we need that.
Their pubes lately.
Yeah,
I know what it is. I think they figured since the pandemic, since all of that quarantining, just got a huge wilderness down there.
Yeah,
and everybody needs to shave.
Well, it's going to take more than a razor for that.
Whoa,
Oh.
Man, Ninja's got some thick pubes. I don't manscape at all, but I should, I guess. I don't know. Seems unmanly. What do you think, Alexar? Do you think I look good with big thick pubes, or do you think I should trim them up?
I don't know. Much like a beard.
I trimmed the beard quite a bit, actually. It's pretty small at the moment. I almost shaved it off, but I was like, it's really small though at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
It was just about shaved off, but it's, let's see. Or is this really even me under here tonight?
It's questionable.
Brian Matthew Clutter. Are you a little surprised WWE never tried to pass off Ambrose Moxley as an illegitimate Pillman? Same hometown and sort of the loose cannon gimmick.
Ooh.
Nah, I think it'd have just as much validity as trying to pass off Dolph Ziggler as Kurt Hennig's son.
Yeah, I
Just
don't see
wouldn't
it.
work.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's a hard thing to do nowadays. I think with all this, it's there's this thing now, in modern wrestling days. It's called the internet. I don't know if you heard about it, but it makes it really easy for people. It used to be back in the day, people were just dumb fucking idiots. They're just
They
smart.
believed everything was real in the
Yeah.
wrestling
Oh,
world.
look
Everything.
at that. That guy there with that weird accent from Canada, he's got the same last name as that kind of girly fella. Well, they must be the Garvin brothers. They didn't know. Just dumbass hillbillies. But you couldn't do that today. People were like, we know that's fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, them hillbillies got iPhones now.
Exactly. Al Oob wants to know, what is relic spelled backwards? Holy shit, it's killer!
What? This whole time?
Oh my goodness.
He's been a murderer. What? They should bring him back, and they should have a guy. What's murderer spelled backwards?
Red rum?
Oh fuck, that's from a movie. Holy shit, they copied this whole angle from a movie.
Oh my god.
Good lord. Brian Matthew Clutter. Should TNA have booked a wrestler named Genocide to team up with Homicide and Suicide and summon their lord, Sabu?
That'd be good.
I always liked it, but it's weird when you break it down. He's homicidal. Okay, he wants to kill everybody. He's suicidal. Okay, he'll even kill himself. He's genocidal. It's like he just wants to kill a whole race of people.
Strange.
Yeah, it's getting kind of weird. Like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? And what race did he want to kill? Was it because he always wanted to beat up Taz? Was he just want to kill all the Italians?
All the
Let's not get Sabu canceled.
I think he's doing enough on his own.
Oh yeah.
Does Intra agree with the Ultimate Warrior that being of the LGBTQing doesn't make the world work?
No. Jeez.
Owl.
I think you might have edited that one a little bit.
What?
Which is fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. I see stuff. I don't look these over, but while I'm reading them, they start to sink in. Why do birds sing so gay when you see a grown man naked, and why you're leaving an upper decker?
Are we about done with these questions? Honestly, I mean, come on now.
Here we go. We got some real ones from our boy Nikhil.
Oh good God.
Well, it's only 28. Only 28. There's not really 28. Here's a good question. This is a legit question that we can actually talk about. Our double or nothing predictions. So here's the matches. This is a good question. The Young Bucks versus Moxley and Eddie Kingston. I'm really looking forward to this personally. I would like to see Moxley and Eddie win the titles.
It's very possible that they could win the titles. I'm thinking that's probably what's going to happen.
Nah, I don't think they're dropping it. I think they'll hold on to it until next year.
Maybe Pillman will get involved in the match to even
blue
the
suede
score.
belt.
Blue suede belt. It's nice.
My mask. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be good though. Sting, I'm looking forward to this too. First Sting match. I think they said in 7 years, a live match, and not tape one. Sting and Darby Allin versus Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page. I definitely want Sting and Darby in this one.
Yeah, I think they should win. I mean, Ethan Page and Scorpio Sky wins, they're not even that well established. Even.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did they even explain why they
No,
Yeah, I don't even know why they're teaming up with each
I'm
other.
not sold on the Ethan Page guy. I know, people have told me he's like the greatest, but
I like him.
He's Adam Page's brother.
He is?
Yeah, just like Christian Cage is Brian Cage's dad.
man,
Mm.
So much family in wrestling. It's cool.
I'm glad he didn't get the face from his dad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'd have to make a blue dot for him too.
The Pinnacle versus the Inner Circle in a Stampede match, Stadium Stampede match. Now they're going to do a Stadium Stampede live. That's going to be weird.
Probably not. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I really liked the last one. I know it's kind of polarizing, but I had fun with it. I think the Inner Circle wins because if they lose, they get to split up, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
Not yet. Miro, what is this? It says Miro or Dante Martin. What's that mean? Versus Lance Archer. Is there something going on?
He must be having a match against Dante, but
Oh, I see. Well,
yeah.
Same question.
good Lord.
as if Dante Martin is going to win it.
fucking Dante Martin. Who the fuck are you, Dante, bitch?
I'd say Miro's gonna win.
I think Dante Martin's taking it all.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah, Miro, but I'm looking forward to this one too. I'm really listening. People say you're AW Mark. Fuck you. That's what I say.
That's a good point, Jack.
I think I agree. I think I showed them. Hangman Adam Page versus Brian Cage. Page and Cage.
Page in a
Put it
cage.
in a cage, exactly. He should be Brian Rage Cage versus the Sage Adam Page for all the wage. I don't know. This one I'm not necessarily looking forward to, but sometimes Brian Cage has surprised me. Lately, he's been better. I was not really big on him, but recently he's been pretty good. This is interesting. I'd like to see Adam Page win, but I kind of think Cage will win. The Casino Battle Royal for a future AEW World Championship match. It's Christian Cage, Matt Sydal, Powerhouse Hobbs, Penta El Zero Miedo, Jungle Boy, Matt Hardy, Mark Quinn, Isaiah Cassidy, The Blade, Evil Uno, Colt Cabana, Preston Vance, Griff Garrison, Brian Pillman Jr., Max Caster, Anthony Bowens, QT Marshall, Nick Comarato, Dustin Rhodes, Lee Johnson, and a wrestler to be announced. I think Christian is winning.
So everybody from Dark.
Exactly.
Wait, so what was that
There's
thing that
actually a lot
Scorpio
of pretty
Sky
big
won?
ones in it, though. What?
What was that thing that Scorpio Sky won? I thought he won the
Yeah, he
that-
won the brass ring, but that never led to anything, did it?
I guess that led to Ethan Page. I mean, I don't get it.
Yeah, it's never. Yeah, I thought that was supposed to be for a title match. I don't think it ever went anywhere. I think Christian will win this, but yeah, that didn't go anywhere, unfortunately. They've done that a lot with Scorpio, start and stop pushes. I like him.
Yeah,
I like him better without Page. I think Christian will win. It gives him some reason to be here.
that is true. He is.
There's actually a lot of good guys in it, though, like Jungle Boy could win, Powerhouse Hobbs. But Pillman would be a good underdog guy to win it, I think. I personally actually would like to see Dustin win. I think Dustin, you could still have a good main event run with Dustin. Cody versus Anthony Agogo.
Cody, I hope. I don't like this Anthony Agogo guy.
He's got a lot to prove. This is his time to prove it because right now I think he has charisma, but is the absolute shits in the ring. So this is his point. This is his chance to prove he's not just nothing.
Well, I mean,
Worthless.
boxers have famously been bad at wrestling, so
Yeah, but this guy's like I don't know if you can be like pretty bad in this company and like
be on like a main event spot, like on the big pay-per-view.
Yeah. Well, though we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he's got more in him than what I've seen.
Maybe.
What I've seen has not been good.
Yeah.
Hikaru Shida versus Dr. Britt Baker. I would like to see Britt take the title.
It's possible too, because isn't she about to celebrate a year with the title?
I
Like I think
believe
they
so.
announced that on this Impact, she's going to celebrate a year with the title. So I could see him taking it off of her right after that.
I think Britt's the best all around woman in AEW. 'Cause not only she's decent and they're not great, but she's decent. But she's definitely a very good personality.
Hmm.
And then she, coming off that big match, even though she lost it, but the big
Yeah, she's pretty popular right now.
yeah. And then the main event, Kenny Omega defend the title versus Orange Cassidy and Pac. I want my boy Orange Cassidy to win. I don't foresee it, but
It'll be a pretty good match.
Mhm.
But
I
nah,
kind of want Kenny to keep it. I don't want.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna keep it.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But me personally, I want my boy Orange Cassidy to take it. I would save an eventual Orange Cassidy title reign though, like for a show with a big audience and singles match.
Bye bye, Lexar.
Good night, Lexar. That man, Lexar is kind of a punk, huh?
What got him in such a bad mood?
I wonder. Yeah.
I just meant he's lazy. He went to sleep here. It's only like midnight. We got another 4 or 5 hours in us.
There you go. 24
Yeah.
hour. Let's do it.
Oh my gosh, you all are cutting out. Oh no.
Thoughts on Adnan Virk leaving the WWE?
I'm sorry.
Oh
who?
yeah, he was announcer for like a couple of weeks, and
I have no idea.
why'd he leave? Did they have any information why he left?
Because he's Adnan Virk. He's like, I'm better than this shit.
Yeah, he got better offers. No, I don't know.
I don't know. It does. I don't care really, but yeah, he called Raw for a few weeks, and he's already gone. So
I'm gonna be honest, and I know people will not agree, but that guy that everyone was praising, like saying I didn't see his match.
Pat McAfee.
Yeah, I think he's a terrible announcer.
You don't like him?
No.
I think
I
they
haven't
thought his
minded him so much.
podcast would translate over to commentating. It's not the way it works.
He's not good. I haven't listened to a lot. It's just like the pay-per-views and a couple clips. I just find him annoying. And not in a good way. I don't know. Maybe if I watch it more, he'd grow on me, but I'm not liking it. Released the statement via Twitter on his exit. Why can't they just tell you what he said? These sites gotta blow this shit up. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, really.
How else can they get clicks? They just tell you what they say.
Just do it.
Just
Well,
tell
you
him.
guys would still click it. I have to scroll through all this bullshit to read 1,000 pop-ups. Thanks to WWE for a wonderful opportunity. The weekly travel, along with my other jobs, has a grind for me and my family. Am grateful to everyone at the company, especially Graves and Brian Saxon, for being such fantastic teammates.
You know what I say?
How many jobs did the guy have? Why
Dead
did he
to
take
me.
another one? Fuck this.
Don't even know him now. Forget him. Screw him.
work.
The hell with him.
The only Adnan worth a damn in wrestling is General Adnan.
That's right. Because he came on the show.
Exactly.
So if this guy came on the show and told us why he left, I might care about him.
I
But
contacted
don't care.
General Adnan. It was like a year or two ago for something. I was gonna see if he'd come back on, but his emails and his telephone number didn't work. So I don't know. He's like, I don't want these guys ever contacting me.
Dang.
But I don't think there's many Adnan interviews up there.
That's true. We did have one.
Rumors are a few NXT call-ups. Who would you like to see on the main show? I said this every week. I don't think you can even call it the main show anymore. NXT is a TV show. They're really all equal. They're all on television now. But I understand what he's trying to say. None of them. I think they're all better off staying on NXT.
Probably, yeah.
If I watch it, there's probably some big goof who's not too great. He would be better off on Raw or something. But I mean, look at the guys who are there. Has any of them, like, for the last couple years done this shit?
I'd say Taya Valkyrie. She should come up, but that's it. Just her. Nobody else.
Is she hot?
I said Johnny Mundo's wife.
Mhm. Johnny Drip Drip.
Johnny
Do you
Drippy
think-
Drip.
We did this one. So about Velveteen Dreamer. Thoughts on Jim Ross comment about who the best in the world is, and then he replies, "I don't know who. If you're gonna ask these questions, tell us what they said, because I'm just the host of a show. You guys think I follow this stuff? I don't.
Yeah,
fucking
really.
know. I know I should, but I don't. I don't know. I don't know what he said. I did say as he says here, Jericho said Omega is the best in the world. I'm fine with someone saying that. I think he's very good. He's not probably my favorite, but he is very good. I think you can. I don't think you can deny that he's good. Who would you say is the best in the world right now, Wincher?
The best in the world right now.
He probably said Orton, I bet.
Paul White.
Who did he say? I wonder. I don't know. That is, makes curious if the chat room could help us out.
I don't know who I would say the best in the world is right now.
Probably
I
Omega.
might honestly say Roman Reigns.
Yeah, Roman Reigns is good.
2 years today since the first AEW Double or Nothing. Any memories of it and how you felt after it finished?
I was happy that it came off and it was a good show.
Good times. Good times. I'll be going to one here in the near future. Money in the Bank, but because thanks to my boy, my pal out there, Chai Tell Matt wants to fly me on out. There's a female listener who wants to meet up.
Oh, yeah?
It's in Chicago. Hope she didn't kill me.
You never know.
Money in the Bank is the first pay-per-view back with fans. Any memories of the Money in the Bank? I hate the Money in the Bank.
Just in general. Any memories? Yep. There's a briefcase that hangs above a ladder. And you got to climb up to get it. That's my memory.
I thought it was a great concept, and it was very fun the first few years, but to me, it's run its course. I don't like it.
I liked when Otis won the Money in the Bank, but then they screwed him out of it.
Fucked him over.
Yeah, screwed him out of it.
Bend Otis over and fucked him out of the Money in the Bank.
It's kind of what they did.
Didn't he kill a couple people to get to it, though?
Oh, man.
Probably.
I could have sworn a few people fell off of Titan Towers there and died.
Oh, that's right. I thought you meant he was get some
well, isn't it Rey Mysterio and Aleister Black?
Shiv, like too cold and started stabbing people.
I think it was Rey and Aleister Black.
Think about it. Rey Mysterio got killed. He got thrown off of Titan Towers and he died. Then he had an eye poked out and he's still here.
So you're saying he's the toughest wrestler in the world?
I believe so, yeah.
And now he's tag champions with his son.
See?
First father-son tag team champions.
Death and mutilation come a long way.
Don't you think if you had a hardcore match in a wrestling company currently, you do a spot where a guy pulls out chopsticks and stabs a guy? It would be a great callback to the episode.
It would be.
Kofi Kingston versus Drew. Winner faces Lashley at the next pay-per-view. Well, apparently it's just a 3-way already.
Yeah, not excited.
Will you be watching AEW Rampage when it starts in August?
What is it going to be on TBS?
Well, no, Dynamite's moving to TBS, and then Rampage will premiere on TNT.
Isn't it like on Fridays at like 11 o'clock or something?
Yeah, I'll probably DVR it, but
I guess if I could tape it, I might tape it and watch it. So. Yeah.
I mean, I haven't watched the other shows, but I like AEW, but it does worry me adding so much more content.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll try to watch both the shows on actual television.
Yeah.
If you'd rate AEW Dynamite out of 10, 1 being the worst, 10 being the best, what would you rate it in its less than 2 years history? Well, I've said this before. It actually has gotten me into actually wanting to watch wrestling again. I look forward to it every week. I mean, is it the greatest wrestling ever seen? No, but it's the most entertaining of the last few years.
I'd probably give it a solid 8.
Yeah, that works. Have you seen the film Training Day starring Denzel Washington? And do you have any memories of it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
It was all right. Yeah.
I like Denzel. I think that guy's going somewhere. I think he's gonna make it.
I think so. I think
He's
so.
got one hell of a snap suplex.
He
Mhm,
does.
mhm.
Do you think he would? Do you think he'd ever get into wrestling? Him and Bad Bunny could team or something.
That
Nope,
would be good.
he's too old.
Favorite arcade game you played when you were a youngster?
Probably Turtles.
Actual
Turtles.
turtles?
Like the
Oh, Ninja Turtles.
4-player Ninja Turtles. That or X-Men. Or I like Donkey Kong really well.
I like Gauntlet. You could play with up to 4 people in it. I was a big D&D fan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
That
a
was
big-
a good one.
That was a Time Crisis mark with the guns. Just
Yeah. Street Fighter 2.
I was never into the fighting games.
Oh, I was big on Street Fighter
I think
2.
they came around right when I was starting to not do the arcades.
I started getting into Mortal Kombat, and I liked the first one, but then the second one I didn't get too much into. But the first one I know pretty well.
yeah, once the console started rolling out, it's like
Yeah.
screw the arcade.
It's 45 years since the day Star Wars: A New Hope came out. No, it's 45 years since Star Wars came out. It wasn't fucking called New Hope, man. It's called Star Wars. And
Mhm.
any memories watching the film when you were younger? Of course.
No,
You know,
Oh yeah.
all the time, many times. Went to the drive-in to see it.
I've
Oh,
watched
yeah.
one Star Wars movie, and that was at the time called the worst one. So no,
Hey.
I watched the
Yeah.
Phantom Menace, and I didn't like it, and I think that soured my.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was a bad one to start on.
Oh yeah,
watch the first 3.
I don't know, man.
Just do it. Or don't. It don't really matter. I like them. I grew up with them. I didn't watch them a long time, but I grew up with them. I like them.
Yeah, they were good.
I love the figures. You had all the figures.
They were like a thing in our family where it was just like it's a good time to know that Star Wars is on the TV and we can watch it, and
You know, I went
just
to see
everybody
them
would get together and
drive-ins
watch
several
it.
times. You know, back then the movies would play. You know, they wouldn't just come out and then that'd be the end of them. They would play them again. You know, at the drive-in every year.
Mhm.
That was always fun. And then I remember when they first released on home video is a big deal. Then eventually, notoriously, they were put out in all different versions. But yeah, I mean that's a big part of my childhood. Have you ever been asked to join a cult? No.
No.
In fact, when I was in LA, we'd rented an apartment off Hollywood Boulevard, and it was right across the street from the Scientology church. And they would bother everyone who walked by and try to get them to watch a free movie, which turns out to be like some kind of recruitment thing. And then when I was out there again 2 years ago, it was almost the same area we stayed, where I stayed. I was just me that time. And but anyway, the point was they would bother everybody, but both times they never bothered me. And I kind of at first I was relieved, but then I kind of got pissed. It's like, am I not good enough for Scientology?
I guess not.
Fuck's their problem.
Dang.
Why did they stop the NWA Fan Fest? Because this guy's a crook.
I haven't really heard. Do you know any reason?
I think they kept going after we stopped, but the guy's a crook. Greg Price is a crook. Favorite memories of the In Your Head board, the old In Your Head board. I mean, it's where we all met for the most part. I like Wacko Bob there. Some good
Those
stuff.
good times. Yeah.
That's where we first met Al Ool, Bincher's boy. He's the blue guy back then. He started out as a troll to me. I don't know if you remember this Incher. He used to be a big Incher mark, and he would bash me.
Well, he's very flip floppy then, isn't he?
Yeah. He says, according to lore, that I didn't sell his ribs.
Mm-hmm,
So then he flipped over to you.
I will say he is a rather poor sport, though. He is a very poor sport because if you come back at him, he gets very butthurt, and then then shows get banned. Shows never get banned from YouTube, but somehow a show got banned. How did that happen?
A show got banned on YouTube?
No, there was a strike against one of the shows.
Oh.
How did that happen? Seems very suspicious to me. Somebody can dish it out, but they cannot take it, I guess.
It's not ad friendly.
Not ad friendly. Yeah, whatever.
Does Dobbs need a lady in his life? If so, shall we all put in money and get him a Thai bride? Is that how that works?
I think you got to know them for several years and then go over to their country and court them and all that, and then come back. It's a whole process. And then
I showed that picture earlier. My cousin, he's half Thai because my aunt is from Thailand, but my uncle passed away a few years ago. But when he was younger, he met her when he was in the military, when he was over in Thailand.
This is a big misconception. You just don't put the money down and they just put a girl on the plane. That's not how it works.
Yeah, that's not how this. He actually met this person while he was stationed in Thailand, and then married.
Oh yeah. Military. Well, I was just saying the Dobbs thing, though.
Yeah. We could just give him money. He can buy a whore.
That's true.
He said a lady, Jack, not a hoe.
We could get him a lady of the night. Do you think he's like Jack the Ripper, though? Because he's from that area.
Could be. You never know.
You never know.
When does Intra think the next Grand Theft Auto game will come out?
Oh, jeez. I don't know. The way people, I know it's a big game and everything, but the way that like the culture's changed. I mean, would it be acceptable nowadays? I don't know.
But they just make it friendly.
I guess they could, but I know they would get a lot of people would be like, "What the hell?" But
like Grand Borrow Auto.
If you don't,
what they just make it about like borrowing cars.
Just like, hey, sir, can I please have this car?
And then you like joyride going down the malt shop.
I just don't know if it would work very well nowadays because the last one was pretty explicit in a sense with a lot of things, and like, will people accept it nowadays? I don't know. I guess they could clean it up and then like release one, but
I've honestly never played one, so I don't know.
I mean, there's a lot of like the storyline is very controversial.
Anything like Leisure Suit Larry? I played those back in the day.
Probably.
They were pretty, pretty up there. They get the women with the hoo-has, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you can pick up like hookers in this. And yeah, and then take them behind the scenes and have your way with them.
Whoa!
And it doesn't show it a whole lot.
I don't approve of this.
But I don't know. There's a lot of things in Grand Theft Auto that I don't know if they would be able to get away with nowadays.
Hot damn.
Not that I'm a
day you could go buy your whore.
You know.
Scared.
But when would the next one come? I bet it won't be out till 2023 probably if they do release another one.
You heard it here, folks.
I think they will release another one, but I think they're going to tone it down a lot.
I don't think so. I think it'll still be the same stuff. Because I mean,
video games are weird. They are kind of like they fly underneath the radar with a lot of things.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's a lot of bad stuff that happens.
A lot of things are people say we want this canceled.
Yeah, and it's just
does it ever go anywhere? A lot of times, no.
Yeah,
just like people wanting UFC to be outlawed because it was too brutal. It's just
South Park is still in the air.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, almost everything really is. Did anyone ever poop their pants in school?
Poop their pants in school, you say? Who would this be a question directed
Is
towards?
everyone here? Do you have any?
think
Do you have any memories of shitting your pants?
Vic, did you ever poop your pants in school?
Never did.
I don't know why they would want to ask you this question, but that's what I'm getting out of this.
Oh no, I've never done it.
Grew up in school one time, but
oh man, I remember a classmate peed his pants in class. That was pretty embarrassing.
Nah, in school is pretty much ironclad. If you had to go, just go. So it's like, yeah, I don't really need your permission, teacher. I'm up.
Yeah, ours was pretty much like that too.
Yeah. I poop my pants daily.
On purpose, or
I just walked through the door and just went, ah.
Just to show a rebellion. Just
exactly. Now you're all stuck with my stench.
Man, name me one food you dislike.
egg rolls. I hate egg rolls.
I like egg rolls. There's not too many food I do not like innards. I don't like the taste of like hearts and liver.
I don't like coconut.
What?
Coconut. I don't like the texture of coconut. If it's coconut flavored, I'm normally fine. But
I don't like bull balls.
Like just the texture of coconut, really, I hate it.
A weirdo.
I don't like coconut.
Never liked black olives.
Oh man, I love olive. I actually have a big thing of olive jubilee upstairs. You got green ones, black ones, all the Mediterranean spices, some olive oil. Can't do that though. People say I'm being
flashing the white supremacy.
Tyler Stevens. If Jack was tied to the if Jack was tied to the tracks and the only person around to save him was Incher, would he do it, even though the sign clearly states it's against the law to walk the tracks? I actually have a lot of problems with this question.
So this is whether I would actually get on the tracks kind of question to save your life.
Okay. See, I took it as it makes no like you would be like, got to teach him a lesson, let him get killed. But I was just say it doesn't make any sense because I'm not walking the tracks, I'm tied to the tracks. But you make a valid point. I think you're looking at the question properly, and that is, will you break the law by walking the tracks to save my life? Now, I would think any reasonable person would break a misdemeanor.
I would break. I would save your life. I would undo you from the tracks. I may make you admit that I'm the man before I do.
No.
I'd like, who's the man, Jack?
I would just let get run over because
who's the man?
This is the point of the story. I would say this clearly proves my point, Incher, because I can hear this train and I would get the fuck off the tracks, but someone tied me up here. Like I said, the only way you're going to get hit by a train is if you're tied up or you're drunk off your ass.
It's kind of like that story, Jack. If a tree falls in the woods, would Incher tell the truth?
Get me murdered. I'd be like, I cannot tell this guy he's right when I know he is.
I'd say he was walking on the tracks.
You're gonna lie,
minding his own business, and the train just hit him.
You just proved that you're a liar. You would lie about my death.
Would I lie to you?
Just to get subscribers on your YouTube channel.
What? How's that tie into it? I haven't told the train story.
Guys, I gotta go listen to 1 Inch Biceps on YouTube. I'm gonna tell the story of the death of Jack. Maybe like these websites, they don't just say, "Hey, Jack's dead." Like, click on this site.
He had his headphones on, playing hopscotch on the railroad tracks, and he just did it.
Well, anybody out there, if I'm found murdered, I want Al will remember the time code and everything. Right here at this point in time, Incher just admitted to it. Because it's important to me, if I ever get murdered on a train track, I want people to know that I wasn't just walking the track and got killed. Either I was depressed and I killed myself. This is the important things in my life. Or I was, I was out of my mind on drugs, or some ne'er do well killed me.
This is just a preemptive strike. He's trying to cover up that he was walking the railroad tracks and he just got hit by the train.
Impossible. How do you think Val Venus will hold up in jail?
I mean, it would only work for me if you had like the winning Powerball ticket in your pocket, and then like people be like, he just won the Powerball. Why would he go out and get hit by a train?
Well, it's more about winning than the money. It's just like, hell yeah.
I'll have to say though, this makes me think of something else. One of the dumbest movies I think that's ever been made. I watched a few days ago, and in this movie, Angelina Jolie gets hit by lightning twice.
I saw the same movie and I agree 100%. I said this is so stupid. And someone's like, I thought it was great.
She gets hit by lightning
twice. It's so fucking. It's just dumb. For one thing, who the hell ever? They act like running in the rain is like the most dangerous thing in the world. Who here hasn't been out in a thunderstorm? Okay, I know it's possible you're gonna get hit by lightning, and you're probably not gonna go outside. But if you're running from your life about to get killed, you're gonna run away, and you're not gonna be, oh shit, there's thunder. And she's running through a field and gets struck, but like you said, twice, and it just gets up. Then they outrun the fire. They outrun a forest fire.
And then
they die.
Alert. If you care,
spoiling the whole fucking. I don't care. This movie's dumb as shit.
It is pretty dumb.
What's the name of the movie?
And if you're in a pond that burning fires, wouldn't the water boil?
Yeah, that survive a forest fire. They jump in a shallow pond and then just float there for, I guess, like a day, where they like lay under the water, and then every 20 seconds they stick their head up and breathe, and then go back into the water. While there's a giant inferno for miles. And this is how they survive. Like interested. There's the plate that now obviously if you're way down the water, the whole pond's not gonna boil. But if you're right up there at the top, you're gonna plus all the smoke is right there. This is not gonna work. You're not gonna be able to do that for hours. Because the guy who was up in a tower with a gas mask died from the smoke. But the people in the fire sitting in a lake are totally fine.
You got me interested. What's the name of the movie?
Those that wish.
People who want you dead, I think.
Those that wish me dead.
People that wish me dead.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It was pretty moronic.
A friend of mine who makes movies, an independent filmmaker, was gushing about the movie. I was like, this is a dumbass movie. And you're like, I thought it was fantastic. I was like, oh, brother.
Yeah, when she was running through the field and lightning bolts was just going.
Yeah, they do a thing where one runs 10 feet or something, and the other one runs, and it's like, come on. Like I understand it's possible you get hit by lightning, but they make it seem like it's like this like super common occurrence if you're out in the thunderstorm.
Well, she was in the tower, and the tower got struck by lightning, and then, she's running in the field.
Actually, herself gets struck while she's running. It was so ridiculous. And then she's just fine. She's like, oh no, I'm okay. Like, come on.
No, you get struck by lightning, you're fucked up.
Now that I think about it, every time I've been in a thunderstorm, I've never thought about being struck by lightning.
No, I've honestly been outside many times, especially in my youth in the thunderstorm. And...
Yeah, so I mean, that's like the last thing on your mind. I wonder if I'm gonna get struck. It's like, who cares?
Didn't they have to fly a kite with like a keychain on it to simulate a lightning strike?
Yeah, it is technically possible, but they always say like to win the lottery, it's like the same odds to get struck by lightning twice. So
twice.
Yeah. She could have won, million. This is her luck. She either could have won, $100 million in the Powerball or been struck by lightning twice.
And she chose lightning. Crazy.
What a dumbass movie. While she's being like hunted by killers in a forest fire. Very bad odds that this would happen. Oh, what a dumb movie. That was so dumb. It wasn't even enjoyably dumb. It was just dumb, I think. I did watch it all though, for some reason.
Yeah.
I watched with my mom. Why are there so many more questions this week than last week? Because Incher's here and they want to know Incher's opinion, not just Jackie Jones.
There you go. don't know if I'm blessed to have that or not.
What's the hardest your cocks? No. What's the hardest question you have ever had to answer?
The hardest question I ever had to answer?
Yeah.
Probably the ones that I don't answer. So the ones we skate past, we're just like.
I think when they ask me why I love Incher, because like the reasons are so deep.
Oh, I see.
Impossible to express into words. How many children will be saved by the takedown trafficking wrestling event? That's from Brian Matthew Clutter.
Hopefully a lot.
Yeah, we hope no one's trafficked, but I don't know how a wrestling show is going to do much. But whatever. Tyler Stevens, would you watch a sitcom where Marty Jannetty, Val Venus, and Buff Bagwell were cellmates?
Oh yeah, that would
be sweet.
Yeah,
I'll watch that.
Poor
Marty
Buff.
Jannetty's just sitting there lying.
Poor Buff's got himself in some trouble, but he did do some pretty bad stuff from what I heard.
Yeah.
Like he just fled like a scene.
Yeah, hit and run, and he's he's drunk. And he looked like Scott Hall in that mugshot.
That's just a typical drunk look.
Yeah, it could be, honestly. Incher probably knows that look well. From looking in the mirror. No, from his time at the drunk tank.
Well, that too, but
could have special guest stars like Teddy Hart and Alberto Del Rio, like HBO's Oz. Yeah, Alberto, I think, is like the hardcore guy though. He just come in and like, he's like making people his bitch, like the guy made Beecher his bitch and like shanking people.
Mm-hmm.
The other people seem fun-loving criminals, but Alberto's like he's like keeping people prisoner and stuff. Him and Hard Body Harrison. Is he out now? Could we get Hard Body Harrison on the show?
I don't know if I doubt he's out, but
yeah, how much time do you get for keeping people slaves?
Would we really want him on the show?
Yes.
Let's see. Let's
Then
see
just
if
ask
Hard
him.
Body's out.
So, what are your memories of Sonny Siaki? Do you remember that match you had with Lash LaRue? Oh, and by the way, what is it like, keeping white slaves? Is he out?
He was sentenced to life in prison for his part in the sex trafficking.
Can you get it? Can you get someone in prison on a podcast? Is that possible?
On a podcast? What do you mean?
Yeah, like could we interview him on the show? Could we get him to
like if he's in prison?
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
You probably could. I mean, I don't think the call will last that long, but you probably can get him to call in.
Segment. Our 5 minutes with Hard Buddy Harrison.
I mean, I'd be pretty bored if I'm just sitting in jail. Why not?
Yeah. I remember we actually did try to get Charles Manson on Without Your Head. So I guess it's possible. Besides Tyler Stevens, besides In Your Head, who has the best wrestling interviews?
Besides us? Probably Friday Night Fever.
That was good, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. I don't know what happened to Buck. I think he must be back. I haven't heard from him like a year.
Maybe we'll have to call the prison that he's in.
Or one last show. But I think he went back. Well, I'll find out if you can do interview with someone doing life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
We can get Buck to come on.
Oh, he's doing life.
Yeah, I think so. Well, 3 strikes and you're out.
Oh my goodness.
Jonathan Jackson, would Jack defend Incher if he saw the girl that beat little OIB to near death with little resistance or effort on her part? Return to assert her dominance over him. Well, first of all, I would like
That's a very interesting question, Jonathan.
Yeah. First, I would like to get a little bit of that on video.
Uh-huh.
But I would defend Incher, from any any life-threatening injuries or anything, any type of permanent damage. A little bit, just a little bit of roughing him up. That would be, that's just comical. But anything.
Oh, he'd have popcorn and he'd just sit down and be like.
But yeah, I wouldn't.
Here
want
I said all I would do to you is just
you're
make
gonna
you
you want to
admit that
see
I'm
me
a man.
murdered and then frame me for suicide, and then
What?
make you like
When
the
did I do
star
that? I
somehow.
don't remember that.
It's like
He's
this
making
real
things up.
dark stuff. I just want to see you get beat up a little bit
Making things up.
and put it on YouTube
Making it up.
and then share it. Have it go viral, so your family's humiliated. But I don't. It's not like that dark. It's just like a little bit of lighthearted ribbing. Owl, do Jack and Intra still think that the COVID vaccine is safe now that William Shakespeare has died? What?
Yeah, he recently just died from COVID.
Oh, shit. Look.
Okay. Yeah. I'm good with it.
Man, God damn. I can't believe rest in peace, William Shakespeare. That guy isn't, though, to be honest, the guy's been had a hit for a while.
That's true.
Yeah, he's no
His
Bad
last
Bunny.
hit, like 600 years ago or something. Tyler Stevens.
Maybe
I
he
guess
was the ghostwriter for those that wish me dead.
Could be. Tyler Stevens. I do think about this sometimes. If you could resurrect like someone from like the past, like a great storyteller, and you show them like some modern movie, like what would they think?
They'd be like, "Oh my god, just put me back in the grave. I do not want to know any of this."
This is a total rip off of my old work.
That's true too. Yeah.
Tyler Stevens. If Incher's parents signed him to be on the standby, if Incher's parents signed him on to be in Stand By Me, when it came time to film the walking the track scenes, would he walk off the set or would he do it?
It's a movie set though. That's a controlled environment where they get everything approved. So yes, I would walk on the tracks.
Yeah. Now, do you have like a phobia of the tracks? Like if you see him, you
No.
start like getting all sweaty and
No, at least that's my answer for the show.
Dobbs wants to know, have you guys checked the inside of your ass? And do you have a magic bus in there?
Do we have a magic bus in there?
There's a picture here. It's a comical picture. Don't get too worried. It's the magic school bus could be inside your ass right now, and you have no idea. So it's like a problem people are having, like a school bus filled with children get in your rectum. Maybe that's what happened. They told me I had diverticulitis, but maybe it was really a magic school bus.
How about that?
Children. Tyler Stevens, has Jack found the critter that was eating his shelf snacks? I'll be honest, during the show, I actually saw something running across the top here. I think it was a mouse. His shelf snacks, and no one ate my bootios. They're not down here. I probably good thing I didn't bring them down here. Someone might have ate the bootio.
Yeah, really.
Or is he waiting for it to become mummified? If it was upstairs, I'd set a trap. Not that concerned about something down here in the basement. I just won't have anything edible down here anymore. Unless it's like really getting around. But if it's just a mouse running around, I'm not that worried about it. So in 2020, we had Hard to Kill. In 2021, we had Under Siege. So my question is, who's the Steven Seagal mark at Impact Wrestling? Johnny Swinger.
That's the one.
That's him, Johnny Swinger. Stop it. Weird.
Tyler Stevens, tell us a time when you were hot dogging it. Right then, that was kind of hot dogging, I think.
I hot dog it all the time when I come out here on the show.
Yeah.
Just
When
out
Arn
there.
got fired from WWE, I just started hot dogging it.
Oh, man. You were fired from the WWE?
No, when Arn got fired,
Oh.
I started hot dogging it.
I got you. When I met Arn and when he was working for WWE, he was just seemed like a mean bastard. But then when I met him at the Fan Fest, after he left WWE, he seemed like a really nice guy. And people told me there that knew him personally was they all said he's a totally different person since leaving WWE.
WWE makes you miserable.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tyler Stevens, tell us a time when you were turtle heading or prairie dog in it. I don't know what that means.
That means when you're fighting, taking a poop in your pants.
Oh.
You're like,
The
holding
poop,
back.
like, so this is your butthole, and this is the poop. It's just like boop, boop, boop. It's kind of popping in and out.
Yeah. No, I didn't think it could get any creepier than the tongue through the mask, but I think it has. All the time, yes.
So it's like this, like boop, 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 boop. Oh no!
This is a wrestling show.
That was wrestling related.
This is wrestling.
You deserve it. I'll be honest, I never really have that problem. People, when I drink a lot of coffee, if you guys might not know this about me, and every time I post on Facebook, people always talk about like, "Oh, are you gonna poop your pants?" And I've never had this issue about drinking coffee making me have to poop. Is that a thing?
I guess so.
Huh. Weird.
Maybe it's like the hot liquid and the steam. It kind of loosens things up, and then.
Well, since I was reconnected in my innards, because I had 14 inches of my colon removed, and then they protruded part of my intestine out of my belly, and then they had a colostomy bag, so my poop would just pop out of my stomach into a bag. It was bad times. Then they reconnected me and sewed it back up. Ever since then, Incher works like a champ. It's never, it's never, and it's never, it's just, when I gotta go, I go, and it's just, man, comes right
Just
out.
the flow.
Yep. So there you go. I'm regular, as the kids say.
There
The
you
old
go.
folks say. Yeah. The bowels of a young man now, Incher. The bowels of a champ.
Uh-huh.
Also, eating healthy, a lot of vegetables, I think, helps. A lot of gas, though, because I eat a lot of, veggies. A lot of Brussels sprouts. So there you go. All right. So we're really covering all the wrestling tonight.
Mm-hmm, we are. We're getting down to the nitty gritty.
Well, okay, we're about halfway through the questions now. So we're getting to the second half.
Last question.
I'm just kidding. Tyler Stevens, should they bring back WCW and make it a seniors wrestling federation?
No.
If you're gonna do it, you can't make it seniors. But I think the time has passed to bring back WCW.
Yeah, it has. It's dead.
Who could still go in a seniors federation? I just don't think I think anytime you really label any group, like I honestly think you shouldn't do the cruiserweights and stuff because you label them different than the rest of the company and they immediately look like they're not as good. And the same way, if you really did a seniors thing, they would, oh yeah, this is the old time wrestling. So if you in wrestling, one of the beauties of it is your heroes you can still bring them back and do stuff with them within reason, as long as they don't look like they're ancient. So if you bring back a guy like whoever, Sting, whatever, don't put them in the senior federation because you're telling everyone they're old. Just bring them back and incorporate them with the rest of the guys. But to go with your question, who could still go that's not around now? It's a good question. I mean, the guy, I would say Punk, but he's not an old guy.
Daniel
older
Bryan.
guy that's not been around that could still go.
That old fart Daniel Bryan.
Like,
Baron Von Raschke.
I think Lawler could still go.
Lawler, there you
even though
go.
he's pushing
Yeah,
70.
he said like heart attacks and stuff.
Flair would want to be in there.
Woo!
He's just start crying.
That's true. I don't know. A lot of the guys, it's starting to get to that point. A lot of the guys from the 90s are, too old now. A few years ago, there was probably a lot of them, but I don't know. Owl, what was weirder, Vince Russo talking on the Warrior biography as if he was working for the company while Warrior was champ, or Shane McMahon simply being billed as friend? It was pretty.
I didn't notice he was being billed as a friend.
Yeah, he's got a picture here. I'll share it. It's you know how they show the people and they say, you know, whatever they are, tag champ or whatever, and here it just says friend. That is pretty awesome.
Friend.
So if you didn't know, like, you just like, oh, this is some friend of the Warriors.
Also looks like Shane's going in for a kiss or something.
Oh man,
yeah,
he looks like he's about to suck on a pickle. If you catch my drift,
mm-hmm.
I mean, blow a dude. You know
I found it very odd that Vince Russo was talking about the Ultimate Warrior. I think he might have been there just a very small portion of when he was actually there.
Yeah, I don't think he was there when he's champ. I think he was probably there when he came. Maybe when he came back and fought Triple H.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Tyler Stevens. What, I must have foreseen this question and it got me, you know, choked up. Would or could Jack tell a lie to save Intra's life? Unlike Intra, who would, you know, try to frame me unless he could get something out of it. I would break my lifelong ban on dishonesty to tell one lie.
Oh, thank you.
It meant I could save the valuable life of honestly any member of the Headyverse, but especially the co-founder, my friend. Above all else, you know, yeah, we do the show together and you know, we've rode the waves of audio bliss and we've interviewed the good, the bad, and the ugly. Above all that,
yeah,
we are friends. And I would do anything to save this. I would give my own, well, maybe not my life, but I would give the skin off the tip of this pinky for Intra. And I would tell one dishonesty to save this man's life. No, you know, two or three, who knows? But one, you can count on me, Intra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That was weird too. Like someone's just got a gun. Intra says, "Hey, Jack, yeah, tell me a lie," and he lives.
What if they thought you're telling the truth then, and they just shot me?
Fuck! I'd be like, "Oh shit." This is what then it would be. I'd be feel bad. It's like all these years of telling the truth, I'm a bad liar now. Or would you have to be a good liar? Because then they wouldn't know. It's a conundrum or something. Tyler Stevens, what's HBK's contract consummated on a bearskin rug?
I don't know, maybe.
Brian Matthew Clutter. It's an interesting question. I saw some gummy worms at the store the other day, and it got me thinking.
Oh, Jesus.
Is there a wrestler that could have used something like that as merchandise? You know what? I'm glad he brought this up because I've been thinking about this for a while, and it ties into earlier in the show intro. This is a callback. You know, when I was DMing, when Jonathan Jackson here was hitting me up, spitting at my DMs. Is the kid. I was like, you know, Jonathan Jackson, because I like to use people's full names. I was just like, hey, Johnny boy. I was like, Jonathan Jackson. I was like, you know what? Got this really grand idea. And he's like, really, Jack? I'd like to know about this. And I was like, oh, you would? Well, Jonathan Jackson, I know, you know, Jonathan Jackson, like myself and like everyone listening, they're big fans of wrestling. And especially when you think of wrestling, you think of one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. And that would be the Boogeyman. And the Boogeyman, if you remember this, he's really known not only for being, you know, tremendous in the ring and having 5-star classics, but he's known for eating earthworms. He'd take the bag of the earthworms and eat them up. And then he'd pour them in the faces and the mouths of his wrestlers. Kind of like Intra's talking about earlier about being the big Brutus Beefcake. Mark used to cut people's hair. Same idea, only with worms and no hair involved and no scissors. But It was after the match. Add insult to injury. And so Jonathan Jackson, he's like, I'm on the edge of my seat, Jack. Tell me more. I was like, well, you're in for luck because I have more. So I was like, people love that. How do you incorporate that in wrestling? He's like, I don't know, make a t-shirt. Like, you could do that, Jonathan Jackson. But let's take it one step further. Let's say you sell gummy worms at the arenas, and Jonathan Jackson, I can just tell his eyes lit up through the computer screen. Because, we have this connection that way, I could tell. And so I was like, can you make the gummy worms? The kids are going to love them. He's like, oh, yeah, kids love gummy worms. I know, they love, if there's one thing kids love besides baseball cards and the spokes of their 10 speeds, it is gummy worms. And I was like, that's right, Jonathan Jackson. So gummy worms at the arena. I was like, think about it. He comes out, they start eating. He's like, yeah, Jack, you're on this. I was like, yeah. But let's take this step even further. Let's take this steps further. He comes out on TV. When you're at home, like Incher was saying earlier, he's like, when I was a stupid little brat and I was at the wrestling, I held up my Brutus Beefcake sign to get on TV, even though it was a house show and it wasn't recorded. But, he's from West Virginia. He doesn't know. But anyway, the point was he held up the sign in the arena, hoping to get on the television. How did he get on TV? When the boogeyman's out there with earthworms, you start eating the gummy worms. Boom, you put the camera, you start, hey, here's this goofball kid, he's picking his nose and eating gummy worms. It's on the Titantron, all the kids at home, like, oh my God, Mom, take me, I gotta get to the wrestling, eat the gummy worms, get on the TV. He's on multiple segments because he's a big time superstar. It's like the Steve Austin was there. Jonathan Jackson's just, he's like, oh my God, I wish I was a kid again to live this. I think we can't even do as an adult. He's like, oh yeah, it's a good point. So I was like, you know what though? The idea of doing multiple segments, because the kids eat the gummy worms, then they ain't got them anymore. What do? You can buy again. You buy a shirt, you have it once. You can't get any more. You buy the gummy worms, you eat them, you can buy more. You see? And Jonathan Jackson, at this point, he's just through the roof. He goes and finds babies, starts throwing them in the air. He's juggling them. It was tremendous. So then I was like the topper. I was like, after all that, then you go home, and then Jonathan says, Jackson, that's the one flaw, Jack. He's like, the kid goes home, he doesn't have the shirt. The shirt, you come and buy it once, but then you take it home and you show your buddies. I said, yes. But this gets someone to buy these gummy worms 3 times at one show. They buy them once in the first hour, get on the TV. Second hour, get on the TV again. Then on the way home, they're like, Mommy, I got no gummy worms. And they shut up, you little bastard. And they go and they stop and they buy the gummy worms to go home. So they have another pack. Then they eat them next week on Raw. And then what do they go? They go to Shop Zone and buy some more. It is a license to print money. And I don't mean like Barry Windham and his dad, Blackjack Mulligan, were printing it down in their basement. I mean print real money. Dollars. Boom. So I'm glad you asked that question because I've been thinking about that for a while. And I've been wanting to tell everybody at the Hittyverse. Where'd Incher go? Incher, get back here, boy. Doing? Do you think did he like that so much? He's like pleasuring himself. Let me text him. I'm gonna text Incher. Somehow I pocket texted Incher. And what did I write? It doesn't even look like something. What's going on here? It's hard to see.
I think he's trying to take your idea. He's trying to run with it.
Oh shit! That's a good question. I've got to save those DMs. Velvet Dream didn't think about that, but I'm going to remember, save those DMs, show that I thought about this first. It's the only proof I have because I never brought it up before on the show. No, let me text Incher. All right, I think I'm blown up now. All right. Get to these questions. Was HBK's contract... Oh, we did them. Who that you haven't heard of in a while would you like to see make a big comeback? It's kind of the same question he asked earlier, isn't it? Well, I guess does it be old guy? CM Punk. I like this. I know some people are against it. I like to see Punk come back. Will Jason Mitten help us reach 100 questions? I don't think so. I think he was out like at a Proud Boy rally or something. Owl Dana Warrior blamed Rush Limbaugh and talk radio for the movie? Or probably just talk. For the Ultimate Warrior becoming a homophobe and racist. So who does Jack blame for turning Incher into a homophobe and racist? No, he's a good man. Incher's a good man. He doesn't believe any of this nonsense. And since Incher will deny it, wow, he foresaw that one. I remember both Google and Facebook have labeled him a racist. No, Incher's a good man. He's a good man. Brian Matthew Clutter. Will Rush Limbaugh be next year's Warrior Award winner? Who knows? Brian Matthew Clutter. What's the latest on pickle bread? Yeah, I saw this on Facebook. Pickle bread. Warm pickle bread. I would try it. I saw pickled de gallo today. It's like pico de gallo, only it's made of pickles. How old do you think the pit bulls that maul newborns to death still go to heaven? What the fuck? Man, is that what Gary Wolf's doing now? Times have gotten rough. Brian Matthew Clutter, favorite Bo Dup. Well, your favorite memory of Bo Dup. I honestly have no memory of Bo Dup. Do you stand against secularism with B.G. James? Tyler Stevens, did Jack eat the booze pickles? Wow, he foresaw this. Yes, it's 3 hours ago. Dude, I think we were already on the air then. John, well, I haven't, no. John Barker, over the weekend while on Twitch, I noticed that Impact had 86 viewers. Well, I don't feel so bad about losing subscribers now because we have more views than that. Well, some girl in a hot tub had 18,336 viewers. Should Jack and Incher jump in a hot tub to boost viewership? I've tried, but Incher won't do it. He's on record. He's anti-hot tub. Owl, does Incher like Stephanie better now, knowing that she also measures the amount of respect she has for a person by cock size? What? She's always spoken well of you, Cornette. Cornette says she's always spoken well of you. And then his co-host said it's because I have a big cock. Huh. Weird. I think that's just wishful thinking on that, J Broom. On both parts, the good talking, and the big penis. Owl, why does the WWE think that the $1 million man who is worth millions somehow is more money than a man who is a billionaire from GameStop stock? Tyler Stevens, why does Jason Mitten always want to send you guys meat? Because he's a notorious carnivore. I don't know. I like gifts, so send me gifts. I'll open them here on the show. Send them to my buddy Neil Jones, 2 Campbell Street, Sandwich, Mass. 02563. I like to give out my home address on the air. I think it's smart. And send me gifts, and I'll open it here on the program. What is in your head's official stance on the nationhood of Taiwan? This is why people listen to the show. Owl, is it? I was just trying to think. I don't know if I've had lots of Asian foods, but I've never had Taiwanese food. I don't think I would try it. Owl, is it true that Incher is going to start a documentary series called Mark's Side of the Ring? I like that. I think that would be a fun series to do. We just act like real, marks. I like this. That has it's got legs to it. Tyler Stevens, who's the biggest mark in the Headyverse? We asked this a few weeks ago, I think. Inch had a good one, Spec Son. I think that I mentioned Carol. If rest in peace, the great I can't remember his name. That's terrible.
Jimmy Jam.
Jimmy Jam. Oh God, Lord. Jimmy the Jam. Ow. Jimmy the Jam. Man, that's a real shame. Not only that he died, that it was before we went to video. You would have had fun on here. It would have been fun to do the Jimmy Jam intro on video. But honestly, rest in peace, Jimmy Jam. We love Jimmy Jam. Very young. It's a shame. Where the hell are we? Oh, back when Mark Wahlberg was Marky Mark, how did you used to make the party start? Mark Wahlberg's not a good guy either. People from my area know this. He ripped an old Asian man's eye out in Boston.
Oh man.
Yeah, you can look this up. When he became a celebrity, they took it off his record, I think. But he's not a good man. There's a lot of hate crimes in his past when he was a young man in Boston. Owl, could Brian Knobs fit a puppy in his butthole? I like that. I think about this as a legit question, but I think it would have to be a small puppy, not like a Great Dane puppy. There's people when I'm on my walk at a local restaurant, they have Great Danes and they have all these signs, beware of dog. So I assume they're not friendly. And they always sit at a lot of places around here, the businesses are out of their homes. It's a small town. So it's a 2-story house and the dogs are sitting up at the top of steps and they're always just looking down at you. It makes me think of like the Omen, like they're hellhounds or something. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. All right. There we go. Had a good time. Big ups to Jonathan Jackson and Vic Schiavone for staying here the whole night.
We made it.
Yeah. Not every, some people aren't real men like Incher here, bailed on us in the end here, but still a good guy. He's just kind of effeminate and lame, but he's a good dude. But we'll see him next week here on the show. Thanks everyone for watching. Please subscribe. Please don't unsubscribe. Every week during the live show, like, what the hell? I subscribed to this, but they have new content. I'm out of here. It's a very weird trend. Subscribe. Tell your friends. Share this. We gotta get the Headyverse out there. So share it on the YouTube. Well, you don't think you're sharing YouTube, but share it on MySpace. That's where all the kids are. MySpace and Friendster. On your Vine, all the social medias. Text it to your buddies. Hit the little bell icon. Get the notifications. But I am putting up a bunch of clips. So right now there's a bunch of King Kong Bundy clips and a bunch of New Jack clips. And I'm actually working on some Gary Hart clips currently. So they'll be up. So what you do is share these clips. They've actually been doing pretty well. Share these out. People listen. They'll go and subscribe, hopefully. Check out the other shows. That's the idea. Get a little bit of scratch, you know what I'm saying, from the monetization. And things will work out. Join us here live every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, 2 a.m. Government Standard Time. And this guy's asking me, he's like, can I call in? I was like, yeah. This is just for everyone out there. Yes, you can zoom in. Anyone can zoom in. It's iWatchWrestling.zoom. He's asking, what do I talk about? Whatever you want. He's like, well, do you talk about WWE? I was like, yeah. They just kept going and going like, buddy, just zoom in. Yes, you could zoom in. And you could talk about literally anything you want. Good Lord, we just were talking about Brian Knobs' butthole and gummy bears and all kinds of bullshit all night. So to think you can't call in and talk about WWE, well, whatever. So the point is, zoom in, talk about whatever you want. It'll be a good time. I'm getting out of breath talking to myself here. I'm getting hot in this mask. I'm out of coffee, and I think the caffeine's actually starting to drain out of me. So I'm going to get out of here. I have to urinate because I drank a lot of coffee. And we'll be back next week, Wednesday night, Without Your Head. Brian Boswick. It's going to be good stuff. Subscribe to that. That's enough. All right, we're out of here. Good night, folks. Thank you, Jonathan Jackson, for getting the gator. I appreciate that. And thanks, Vic Schiavone, who also got a Slasher Man shirt for independent film from England. Ragdoll. Great shirt. Thank you. Good night.